find the gun. You want a dose of this right now it's KDA. I'm a goddess with a blaze. 소리처럼 나 이름 믿지 못하게 loud 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 loud. I could take you to the top. 절대 멈추지 못해. 내가 끝내주는 bad girl girl girl. And when I started talk that oh you know how to react. I'm a picture perfect face with that wild in my veins. You can hear it in my growl 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 growl. So keep your eyes on me now. 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야. 다 할 수 없는 배분. 나와 되길 원한 널 확신해. We got it all in our hands now. So can you handle what we're all about? We're so tough. Let's get it, show you out. Can you feel the rush now? Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. They could try, but we gonna wear the crown. You can go another round, 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 round. Wish you luck, but you're not bringing us down. Go hard, till we get it, we go hard. We so in it, we pop stars. Only winning, winning now. Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. You ready for this?
Let's go.
See, 언제든지 내 모습 매직 단 한 번에 내가 잡아 절대 기죽지 않지. 펴펴 네가 뭘 알아. 견딜 수 없어 원해도 원하는 게 얼굴에 보여. I'm trouble and you running it. I'm so cold. When I move that way, you gon' be so blown. I'm the realest in the game. Said I'm on fire with the blade. You're about to hear my name, ringing in your head like whoa. So keep your eyes on me now. 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야. We so tough. Let's get it, show you out. Can you feel the rush now? Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. They could try, but we gonna wear the crown. You can go another round, 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 round. Wish you luck, but you're not bringing us down. Go hard, till we get it, we go hard. We so in it, we pop stars. Only winning, winning now. Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. 난 멈추지 않아. We go hard. We pop stars. Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. They could try, but we gonna wear the crown. You can go another round, 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 round. Wish you luck, but you're not bringing us down. Go hard, till we get it, we go hard. We so in it, we pop stars. Only winning, winning now. Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down.
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment. Now is your time, so prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Rise. Welcome to the climb up, reach for the summit. Visions brave the one, false step lead the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through heaven. dance beneath the dirt. Do you know yet? Or do you want it? And when the giants call to ask you what you're worth, do you know if we don't die? Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through and rise, rise. They will remember you. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Pick up your weapon and face it.
Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored. So can you try a little harder? I'm really getting bored. Come on, shoot faster. Just a little bit of energy. I wanna try something fun right now. I guess some people call it Paragon. Let's blow this city to ashes and see what pop out thinks. It's such pathetic neatness, but not for long 'cause you'll get jinxed. So much better, so much fun. Let's start from scratch and blow up the sun. Come on, shoot faster. Just a little bit of energy. I wanna try something fun right now. I guess some people call it Paragon. Let's blow this city to ashes and see what pop out thinks. It's such pathetic neatness, but not for long 'cause you'll get jinxed.
As a child, you would wait and watch from far away, but you always knew that you'd be the one to work while they all play. And you'd lay awake at night and scheme of all the things that you would change, but it was just a dream. Here we are, don't turn away now. We are the warriors. your spirit never dies. Farewell, I've gone to take my throne above. But don't weep for me, 'cause this will be the labor of my love. Here we are, don't turn away now. We are the warriors that built this town. Here we are, don't turn away now. We are the warriors that built this town. Here we are, don't turn away now. We are the warriors that built this town. Here we are, don't turn away now. We are the warriors that built this town. From dust There's a fire that burns inside. It's an instinct that never lies. The target's tattooed between our eyes. Stand and fight under the lights on the higher stage. A part of your life they can't take away. Just like the blood running through your veins. Everyone's watching through your eyes. There's only two options, win or die. Win or die. Win or die. It went from a spark to an open flame. Now destiny's calling out your name. So reply, so reply.
Legends never die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, relentless, you survive. They never lose hope when everything's cold and the fighting's near. It's deep in their bones, they'll rot into smoke when the fire is fierce. Oh, pick yourself up, 'cause legends never die when the world is calling you.
Crossing county lines just to make my name in the city. Took everything, put it on the line, cause I never break or back down. One shot is do or die, and the odds ain't looking too pretty. But I got the feeling it's my time. I know I'm taking it now. Price of blood, sweat, and tears, and I never looked for salvation. I worked for this for all these years, and I wouldn't break or back down. No. I fought through all my fears and all of my frustrations. I see the light is getting clear. I know I'm taking it now. It's my time, I'm taking it now. It's my time, I'm taking it now.
All too familiar with pain, all too familiar with pride. I've been on my knees 6, but gotten up 7 times. It was never even a question of is it gonna be mine. It's not a matter of chance, just a matter of time. I've been watching the clock, 10,000 hours go by. I keep putting in work, the tears are filling my eyes. I swear I've never been tested like this, but this is mine. It's not a matter of chance, just a matter of time. Never look back. If something's standing in my way, I always push back. If something seemed impossible, I never took that. Nah, cause now I know better. Can't stop, won't stop, I won't quit ever.
Deepest waters won't take me. The highest fall won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me.
I'ma get mine, just a matter of time.
The deepest waters won't take me. The highest fall won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me.
I'ma get mine, just a matter of time.
I'm taking it to the sky. I'm never taking a break, I'm only taking what's mine. You say it's taking too long, I'm taking that as a sign. It's not a matter of faith, just a matter of time. Never look back. If something's standing in my way, I always push back. When something seemed impossible, I never took that. Nah, cause now I know better. Can't stop, won't stop, I won't quit ever.
The waters won't take me. The highest fall won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me.
I'ma get mine, just a matter of
The
time.
deepest waters won't take me. The highest fall won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me.
I'ma get mine, just a matter of time. I'ma get mine, just a matter of time.
the duffel bag and let's roll. The duffel bag and let's roll.
Alright, what we've all been waiting for. Finally getting started with Game 1 of Paragon 5 versus FreeTyler1. Koas, how are you doing tonight, buddy?
I'm doing pretty well. It's been a long wait, as usual, when FreeTyler1 is involved in one of our games. But I think everyone's ready to go, and we should be hopping into Champion Select in just a moment. Oh, never mind. Someone's headset died, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, no,
this
no,
is
yeah, see,
been a delay.
I'm good. I'm ready. See, I did have my headset problem, and then I just, decided to get the plug. I was able to plug it in. Now we're all good. So as we get into Game 1, though, this is probably one of the more exciting series of the SFL season of Season 2 here. Even though we do have the first place and the fifth place team, I still think it's two pretty good contenders here. Lots of really good individual players, and I don't know, is there anyone for this series that you're kind of excited to watch, or maybe even a combination of players, maybe?
Well, before we talk about anything else, we do have to say that FreeTyler1 are defending champions. Obviously, the roster's changed a little bit here, but they've made it all the way back to the semifinals here, so just one more hurdle to get back to the finals and try and defend their championship here. So we'll see if they can do it. As you said, there's a lot of good players in this series here. We do have one of our younger players, McTrump. He's been big for Paragon 5 throughout the entire season here, as they're already leveraging a ban against him there. And on the other side, Brandon done a great job in the mid lane, and you can see that Twist Fate already banned away from him. So both teams know what they're up against and trying to play accordingly.
It's so crazy when you do talk about young talent in the SFL. A lot of them do happen to be 80 carries, strangely enough. You did mention, obviously, McTrump here that we do have on Paragon 5. You have the likes of Gandhi Donut, who I think is around the same age. And that, it's kind of weird, especially someone like me that's 22. In the times that I was playing the SFL, it's like, man, I'm playing against underage kids. I'm an old man compared to these guys, and some of them are even higher ranked than me. I'm pretty sure McTrump is Diamond 3 right now, which is definitely on a little bit on the higher end of some of the SFL players, but going up against Josh, who The last time I checked, it's hit Diamond 1 in solo queue, which is pretty damn nice. So it's maybe a little intimidating if you do, if you get psyched out, if you think about it too much, you know?
Indeed. Should be an amazing AD carry matchup in the bot lane. We do have a few unique bot lane picks that are kind of common right now, or at least in the meta. One of those being the Taric Sona, as you see that banned away by Paragon 5 there. They're banning away the Taric, not the Sona, so that's still up. But there's also that Pantheon and Talia combo in the bot lane. That's just sort of a CC lockdown, and they're much more lane dominant, whereas the Taric Sona is very much a scaling lane. But those are two kind of cheesy bot lanes you can play and try and get advantage that way. But with two great AD carry players, I'm not sure if we'll get to see either of those bot lane this series, because they're just so good, and you probably want them on AD carries anyway.
Well, despite how good these two AD carries are, it does not matter when you're looking at some of the picks that we already have coming in here. When it comes to a Hecarim, I mean, you can kite all you want, you can position correctly and all that, but once you got the onslaught of shadows coming at you, if he has his Conqueror, you're donezo. A couple Trinity Force proc autos, and unless you have some sort of Randuin's third item like your Genja from Season 4 or something like that, probably not going to survive something as scary as a Hecarim. And just on the other side, we see FreeTyler1 picking up something just as scary, being the Vladimir.
A lot of die potential right early on. Rek'Sai was banned away, so I think Hecarim certainly the best jungler left up, so they're going to first pick that one way, and then Jarvan getting the response there in the jungle most likely. Again, still potential for flex pick on the Jarvan and a Hecarim, but you'd expect those guys to be in the jungle to start things off here. And you're right, lots of die potential. All three champions that have been picked so far are very, very scary here. So I'd expect the AD carry picks to be a bit more defensive, or at least have supports that are a bit more defensive. Braum, Tahm Kench could be high priority. Might see Kalista picked up, as Sejuani actually locked in the jungle, so Hecarim will be moving to the top side.
From Paragon 5 already, just such a very scary frontline I have to deal with. Very beefy, which again, when you do have someone, when you have team compositions where, every team has to decide, who's our carry, who's the person that's, whether it's one or two people or whoever, you have to decide who's the star. And it's looking like McTrump, especially with Licenses Rider, picking up the Morgana, whether that's for him or Gongcha, either way. It's still providing McTrump such a good situation to be in so far, having these champions in front of him, but FreeTyler1, they know damage. They love killing, they love going forward, they love being on the aggressive. And there are just no better champions to do that with than Vladimir, Jarvan, Riven. Like, that is just absolutely horrifying to look at.
This is going to be a tough game for McTrump to be certain. The Morgana is a really nice champion to be defensive with and try and protect your AD carry. But if you look at all three threats that have already been picked up, for FreeTyler1, well, two of them are AD based, and the Jarvan, he puts in the Cataclysm, he doesn't really care about a spell shield, so there's definitely a lot of threat on McTrump, even if he's got that black shield from the Morgana, and you just hope that the Hecarim is fed enough to do some damage and try and help out there. So things already looking tough, and FreeTyler1, you're right, looking to kill some stuff, get aggressive here, and not look back. And with Riven and Vladimir being super strong right now, the early jungling power of Jarvan, they've already got a very scary team composition here, as we get a few interesting bans as well. Paragon 5, I believe, does not have access to 2 bans because they had to reschedule, I believe is the story there. That's why the Singed Timo being banned away, but I'm not entirely certain about that.
Now, you had mentioned the Talia Pantheon combo. I highly doubt we're going to see it from FreeTyler1. I could absolutely be wrong, but seeing that Talia picked up, that tells me more it's going to be on Brandon, if anything, and, it's not going to be that anyway. They're just locking in that Tristana for Josh, and wow, McTrump having two very good options, having that Vayne and Kai'Sa available, knowing that he is pretty capable on both of those champions. And I really want to see, as we get to the last picks of Paragon 5, if that is going to be a support Morgana, or if it's going to be that Glacial Augment mid lane Morgana that we've been seeing more of with the Hextech GLP, the Twin Shadows, and just the nuisance that comes with something that's just so very easily able to just push waves in under your tower and still provide so much utility and so much damage with your team. So as we got
I would leave it mid lane here and go with a Tahm Kench, but it looks like the plan is to get Ahri instead, so another Glacial Augment user there.
No, like I said, I wasn't going to be surprised either way. I kind of wanted to see the Morgana mid lane, but, like you said, it would have been maybe nicer. They do have a good enough front line and beefiness of the Hecarim and Sejuani already. But, as you said, something like the Tahm Kench that actually could bring McTrump to potential safety if he does find himself in a bit of a sticky situation when you have the Cataclysm to worry about and just the various crowd control and the diving of Riven. And not the Tom Kent, but we're seeing the Braum picked up for Method for FreeTyler1. So it's nice that they at least have some sort of, they do have the front line. They do have like lots of dive and engage potential, but having something a bit beefier to help complement that is, always invaluable.
Indeed, yeah. That's why I think the Tom Kent should be better here, but just because there's a lot of damage you can't just dodge with the Kaiser. The Black Shield can't help you with the Riven and Jarvan. They're just tough to get away from. So that's why I kind of like the Tom Kent here better. Also gives you the potential for more global plays, but yeah, this is still good here. The Ahri certainly can match up better against the Vladimir, I think, later on in the game, whereas Morgana just kind of, she just kind of dies to Vladimir at a certain point. She just can't really like side lane or just push waves at all in, so you have to be very careful with that. But yeah, this is going to get a bit more damage, a bit more mixed damage here, and shouldn't make sure that like if the Kai'Sa goes down, the team fight isn't lost. Because if you do go Tom Kench here, put the Morgana mid lane, as soon as McTrump dies, it's kind of all over. So they're trying to take all the, at least some of the eggs out of the McTrump basket there, and then Tristana Braum, a tough bot lane combo with Morgana, can throw the Black Sheet on there and sort of reduce some of the pressure that they have down there. So I like both teams, team comps here, but FreeTyler1 very much sticking to their game plan this entire season, which has been just like run at people and try and kill them. Which if you kill them, it works. If you don't, then it's not so good, and you can fall behind pretty quickly. But yeah, they've got a scary composition here. A lot of really good champions right now.
Now, it's susceptible to happen to anybody in any role with any champions, but for some reason, whenever I watch these Sugar-Free League games and I see Tristana being picked, even if it does manage to get a lead, early on in the game, and whether it's the 2v2 or if you have jungle pressure down in the bot lane that's allowing you to snowball a little bit, I've seen Tristana's go 5-0 and then proceed to do nothing for the next 30 minutes. And so, again, I don't know if it's the lack of experience or comfort that people don't have on Tristana, and they don't really know her limitations or anything like that. But I think Josh, and again, I'm really interested to see, because, I'm all about 80 carries, because I think Tristana, as well as Kai'Sa, actually, there's a bit of... what's the word? There's a lot of variation in keystones. We've seen probably most commonly the press the attack Tristana, knowing that it's, gives you a little bit more kill potential and just damage potential if you're able to proc that right before your E actually explodes. But I've seen 80 carries such as Reckles and a few other pro 80 carries just in high elo solo queue. I've actually been opting for lethal tempo Tristana. And with the few games that I played of it, because I'm like, I kind of want to see what this is about. It kind of seems, counterintuitive. You already got your Q attack speed steroid. But it actually allows you to pop your E so much faster, and a lot of people forget that you don't need a killer assist for your jump to actually go on cooldown. You can actually just proc your bomb all the way. If you actually get those 4 autos off and the bomb procs from your E, you get your jump back. So if you're at, any attack speed you get, if it's a combination of that lethal tempo and the Q, it actually gets pretty scary. So I want to see what he does there, and McTrump as well, whether it's going to be the press the attack on Kai'Sa, whether it's going to be fleet footwork, and hell, you see people like Sneaky and Solo Q going electrocute, which is surprisingly effective. So there's a lot of, variation that could happen. Even something like the Glacial Augment Ahri, even though it's not the Morgana, I've seen plenty of Ahris go it as well with the Hextech GLP and such. So I want to see maybe how up to date these players are in the meta, and, if they're going to, go more damage, go more utility, whatever the deal is. I'm very excited for this series.
Seen a lot more Glacial Augment on RE. It seems to be more common right now than Electrocute in the old, just Electrocute and damage items. That so it gives you a lot more utility, and I think in this team comp it makes a lot of sense. So I'd expect that from Liceless Rider, but we'll see what he goes for. Still a little bit up in the air, but double TP coming in for FreeTyler1 definitely means that they might have a little bit more flexibility across the map, potential to dive bot lane. When level 6 comes in for Tristana, Braum, Jarvan, you can maybe, if you've got double TP up, or at least just one, you can maybe make a big play bot lane and get that Tristana snowballing. And you're right, Tristana does have a little bit of a lull as well, and that's she's one of those champions that she scales very well, but she is very dependent on items, right? So if she doesn't get them early on, or at least at a regular timing, she can certainly be kind of useless. And that's kind of one of the issues, right? She's got to get to that third crit item. And with the way crit is now as well, you kind of want even maybe 4 to get 100% crit, just because of the way the crit items work. You don't actually get the full 100% until you get all 3 Zeals and an Infinity Edge. So
yep.
It's just kind of interesting. We'll see what happens. It's still a bit up in the air on the builds here, but looks like the Ahri going for Electrocute, the Vladimir for Phase Rush. So both going to be building mostly damage there.
Now, something that bothers me, and again, I don't think it's just solo queue Jarvans when it comes to jungle. I've seen it in SFL, I've seen it just in so many different places, but a lot of them, they never anytime I see full AD Jarvans, it just never goes well. You know, they try to, you know, facilitate the role of, oh, I'm going to be like this engager that I'm going to go in the middle of 5 people and start fights, and they try to go full AD and then just get absolutely blown to smithereens. And that, so a lot of them don't realize where if you're actually going to go for something like that, just that full AD Jarvan, you need to realize you're an assassin, assassinate one person, and then get the hell out. You know, your job's done. You take one person off the map, and there's not really much else you can do. But when it comes to Conquer, as far as I know, and again, I'm not a jungler, I'm not the master of itemization and keystones here, but to my understanding, it benefits you more if you are on that Conqueror Jarvan to go that tankier route of the Cinder Hulk and even something like the Knight's Vow, or just in general, just a very, very beefy, completely defensive build, because the longer you can stay in combat, the more you can just face tank and constantly attack people, you're going to be able to get that Conqueror proc, and you're actually going to be able to utilize that compared to, oh, I'm full AD, I only have about 1500 health, I can do so much damage in a nice burst, which is fantastic, Jarvan passive being one of the stronger of many, but it's still, again, it's a lot of time. I see people take keystones, and sometimes I think they kind of just look it up on pro builds or whatever, and they don't really understand how to utilize them properly.
Well, so on that note, right, with the Cinderhulk Jarvan versus Warrior and AD and stuff like that, in order to, sort of deal with the issue of being too squishy, right? When you do go Warrior and build AD, people have been going for Warrior instead of going for Black Cleaver or a lethality item or something like that to get, a ton of damage. You go for Warrior there in a Guardian Angel second. So you get your Guardian Angel very early on, but with the resistance, from the Guardian Angel plus the Revive passive, you can kind of do that. You can go in pretty deep and, proc the Conqueror, get a lot of damage down. You don't have to worry about dying because you have that Revive, and, if they don't kill you, right, you're still doing tons of damage with the Conqueror. So that's been some of the ways that people have sort of compensated for the squishiness of going AD, is trying to rush that Guardian Angel and then building sometimes just full tank after that. So you have the Warrior and the Guardian Angel for early damage, and then, tankiness for later. When you get to 3-4 items, you're actually like a semi-tank. Because even if you're driving, even if you build full tank, you're never going to be as tanky as Sejuani or Zach, right? So it just kind of behooves you to go a little bit hybrid there, and with the Conqueror, you can still do damage throughout the entire game. So yeah, there's a couple different options. But like we said, interesting to see what these players will do here, because sometimes it's personal preference as well.
When you mentioned the Guardian Angel Rush build, would you happen to know if, because I saw that Yujin's this game has taken the Domination secondary for the tree, but I think if you were to go for something like that with the intention of getting a really early Guardian Angel, I could imagine that the Stopwatch rune would actually just save you so much gold, just saving you from having to spend 600 gold in the shop. But not taking inspiration of that secondary trick, it's not going to be able to get that benefit. And right now, Oven Johnson actually going to get that solo kill off on his Joy, but almost fighting back. But it's going to be that first blood for the Hecarim. Oven Johnson in the top lane doing a good job to utilize that Ignite versus that TP. And Sejuani looking for a battle of her own there with Jarvan in his own jungle, but not much is going to come of it. Licensed Rider is going back and forth with Brandon, taking a huge chunk there, but Vladimir doing his best to get that phase rush proc and maybe get a little bit of a slap back, but it's a pretty good win for the side of Paragon 5 so far.
Indeed, solo kill up in the top side. The jungle also gets an invade off, so I definitely like their position so far, and bot lane been pretty even for the most part. So I definitely like their position to start things off here. Riven, she's really good right now, but if she does fall behind, she can struggle, right? She's not one of those champions that can rely on utility, so she's got to at least get some gold here, and that's not a great sign that she gets solo killed there. Lost the level advantage and just went down to that Ignite on the Hecarim.
And out of all the champions in the game right now, in this current Season 9 meta game, you do not want to give kills to a Hecarim. That is like the last thing you want to see happen, is see that guy get ahead, and not just gold, but experience as well. So we'll see if Oven Johnson is actually able to, utilize that teleport if he goes for some cross-map plays, or how he decides to use that, or maybe if teams decide to go for some early dragon play, may see some of those global teleports being used here. But otherwise, it's a pretty stalemate of a game. We're not seeing anything too crazy happening down the bot lane besides some passive farming, and we saw some trades happen in the mid lane, but again, nothing too crazy yet. Morgana Binding does go a little bit wide there onto Josh, and otherwise they're just pushing it in, playing safe, going up for wards in the river, making sure they don't get ganked, and Otherwise, I think both teams are on their toes right now, making sure they don't want to be the, the cause or fault at, whichever team ends up snowballing. Do see Jarvan up in the top lane, just gonna walk up and cause some pressure, but nothing's gonna come of it.
This is an Ocean Drake first here, which is a pretty nice one to pick up early on in the game. One of the best dragons to spawn first, just because of that early power give you in the laning phase here. With Jarvan topside, there's maybe an opening. There are wards on that dragon, though, so unlikely Paragon 5 will be able to sneak that one out for free, especially with Sejuani, not a great champion taking dragon early on.
Yeah, we do notice, though, that Choi is getting pretty bullied up in that top lane, though. We're seeing Yujin seeing if they can maybe bait out a gank here if Oven Johnson decides to get a little bit greedy and bite off more than he can chew. He does notice him on the ward, though, so it's not going to be any surprise to him. Do you see the flag and drag come out? Not quite going to get the knock-up, but Oven Johnson just staying at a good safety distance. He's not looking for anything crazy, just keeping up the farm, but showing already that he is a threat to be reckoned with.
A tiny bit down in CS there, but with already the kill picked up, he's certainly in the goal lead here and absorbed a lot of pressure. Eugen's invested a lot of time into this top side and tries to make a trip mid. That doesn't work either, so he hasn't really been able to pull off too much yet. And Sejuani, I think, certainly is a champion that, this early game I feel like is really good for her because she is much more comfortable later on in the game here, especially with the composition behind her. So I really like this start here for Paragon 5. Not crazy big lead, but it's certainly nice to be up 400 gold, picking up that first blood, and even in all your lanes, the Kai'Sa and Morgana can sometimes suffer there if you do find it all in there. Or Tristan and Braum, even with Spell Shield, can be scary. And so yeah, I just really like their position, and things are looking great for them so far. Even the Sejuani, getting pretty bold, has already had one successful invade and looking for a second. Won't work out this time, but the fact that Sejuani's been able to farm out her jungle comfortably and even stolen away a red buff is just like a really nice sign for Paragon 5, because usually the Jarvan is one being aggressive there.
Yeah, it's not about these big leads that you attain early on. Sometimes in these competitive games where everyone's playing a little bit safer, a little bit more careful, it's inch by inch that you win these games. Just one little advantage, one little advantage, one little advantage, and Oven Johnson looking for a big advantage. Onslaught of Shadows does come out there, and that's going to be Choi Yurim falling for the second time already this game. That's going to be Hecarim's second kill up in the top lane. Meanwhile, we see Solarica here in the mid lane, seeing if he can maybe catch Brandon out here with the Ahri. Jarvan is not able to notice what's going on here. He's recalling himself, so he won't be able to respond if anything does happen. Does come out of the bush, but again, as we see from these junglers, just kind of walking in the lane and saying, never mind, I'm going to go off back to my camps. But otherwise, as we've said many times already, a very good start for Paragon 5 here, and they're getting close to about a 1k gold lead, which, again, not a lot, but it's certainly something to get the ball rolling.
Certainly something. Looks like the Jarvan will be going for a tanky route. The Cinderhulk going to be the option first off. So not going to go for that Warrior Guardian Angel build. So both junglers looking to be tanky, and definitely like the idea of going tank here. Just because you have so much damage, you don't need to be a damage dealer as Jarvan. You've already got 3 champions that can do that. So definitely makes sense, I think, in this game here. The Solarica going to pick up that Scuttle Crab as well here, so more wins for Sejuani. But even in farm everywhere, just the 2 kills really start putting the teams here.
Yeah, I'd like to give it to at least Choi Yurim, even though he's died 2 times already in this game. He is keeping up in CS, and I think that is an interesting point to note that, especially when you're down, that many kills and you're having to go against such a scary lane opponent with a lead on you like that, to be able to just keep up and farm like that is a victory in and of itself. I see the wave crashing towards Johnson right now is going to have him a little bit in the lead there, but again, it's not anything that Riven cannot recover from so far.
Do you have to be worried, though, later on in the game? Choi's done a good job, like you said, losing gracefully, being competitive, at least, and staying even in CS, but you can't... Oh, well, hold on, we got a gank in the bot lane. Good flash.
Massive play here. We do see Gongja is actually going to get killed there. Finished off by Josh on this Tristana. Yujin's looking very low. Killer Instinct does come in the Kai'Sa, seeing if he can finish off what damage he can. Charm is going to land on the Braum, and that's going to be Mephit almost falling. It's going to be him falling to the Ignite, and Licensed Rider picking up a second kill, but it's actually going to be Trunk taking the credit for it. Josh's last one left alive. Flashes forward, but he's not quite going to finish off the RE there. Not enough damage, and he did pick up a kill of his own. So not all is lost there. It's the first kill for FreeTyler1, but already we do see some good roam by Licensed Slayer, and Brandon has nothing to respond to it with. Teleport was down. He's just sitting there in the mid lane. No turret playing's taken or anything. So Good job there by Ryder to see if he can get the map rolling a little bit, and Sejuani's starting up some dragon action.
Yeah, well, I think he's TP'd back to lane. Brandon actually TP'd to mid lane here. And this is a big win for Paragon 5. They end up getting ganked, but a good roam from the mid laner saves the situation. They end up getting a good 2-for-1 trade, double buffs on their AD carry plus a kill. And now Dragon, the Ocean Dragon here. It's late at 10 minutes, but that's a nice one to pick up early here. Gonna keep the Ahri in mid lane, shoving that thing against the Vladimir there, whose wave clear is almost online, but he needs a bit more AP before he can really start destroying those waves almost instantaneously. But with Ahri, she can, with Lost Chapter and, an Ocean Dragon, she can shove those in pretty reliably. So it's a really nice win for Paragon 5 there on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, I'm looking at the items right now. We're seeing that the Vladimir, no surprise, is going for that complete CDR rush. Just have the Fiendish Codex and the Kindle Gem, giving him that 20% CDR. And he's also level 9, one more level away from that Transcendence, giving that extra 10. We see Solarica and Yujin's, though, going back and forth. Braum is here, though. The heart is the strongest muscle. We do see a Sejuani ult coming out, and Yujin's Chilling Smite comes down as well, but Tristana dealing out what damage he can. Can't really do much right now, only having those slightly magical boots there and no other items right now. He's still sitting on about 3,300 gold, and Kai'Sa's sitting on about 3,400. So both AD carries right now. We're going to go back and buy an entire full item once they actually do manage their way back to base here. We see Oven Johnson almost picking up his second turret plate up in the top lane. And right now, not quite a 2k gold lead, just nearly over about a 1,300 gold lead so far. Paragon 5. We see Brandon actually ulting on the Vladimir, seeing to just push Licenseless out of lane there if he can heal himself up and sustain a little bit, but otherwise Licenseless has a pretty good control in this lane right now, especially just around the map as he's been roaming around.
Yeah, down a tiny bit in CS there. You can see about 10 CS down, which is meaningful, but the fact that you got that roam off in the mid lane, or bot lane, certainly makes up for that. Here is, little cheese.
Morgana Bind does land on a Braum. That's going to be a lot of damage coming out. Killer Instant for the Kai'Sa. That's actually going to be a stopwatch pop by Method to buy him some time. And you see a Tristana will come out as well, but here's Morgana. It's going to finish off, Method. McTrump is looking for more, though. Josh does have the jump, manages to jump away. Can't get that fourth auto off of that Kai'Sa proc. And Brandon actually opting to flash away from the Sejuani and Ahri there, in the mid lane. Playing very safe despite having full health there, so he does not at all want to give any sort of lead to the mid and jungle at Paragon 5 right now. Is maybe a little stressed out right now, maybe shaking a little bit.
I mean, look at these 80 carry backs, though. They haven't backed this entire game. A couple of kills picked up for both of them here. Tristana goes back, buys an entire Infinity Edge, and, we'll see what McTrump buys when he gets back, but he's got a ridiculous amount of gold there, over 4,000 in inventory, so he's going to get a full item plus some extra goodies there, as he's going to go for the Infinity Edge as well early on. So both these guys, huge backs for them, big power spikes, and McTrump already starting to eke out a little bit of a lead.
We do have to keep in mind, though, even though they do, I can't even say that they have the exact same items. They both have the Infinity Edge, but even just a plus 25 AD coming from McTrump, having that lead as well, having that extra kill and assist over Josh, that 25 AD might make a difference. Not only that, but that press the attack. When it comes to these 2v2 skirmishes, fleet footwork is definitely going to be a lot more useful later on for Josh on this Tristana. It goes along well with Bloodline. You can actually delay having to buy sustain your build for so long. We do see Spirit Dash, though, Licenseless does land the Ignite down to Brandon. Vlad does sustain to the best of his ability, but we do see the stopwatch being popped by Licenseless. Morgana Bind does land on the Jarvan, but he finishes off the kill onto Licenseless there. It was a good Cataclysm to be able to finish off that kill, making sure that Licenseless does pay for the mistake of going for that 1v1 in the mid lane, but does pick up a kill for it. It's going to be Brandon's first death of the game, and right now, though, 6-2 in favor of Paragon 5, looking pretty damn good. Oven Johnson still so very scary up in this top side of the map, and Choi so very low. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a dive in a second.
Looks like he's just going to go for the plating and get the... Oh, no, he's going for it.
He's going for the plating and the kill. You got to pick one of them, buddy. It's going to be a 450 gold shutdown to Choi there, not even having to die for it. So we did see he was able to get that 160 from the turret plating, but, you can't... he was going for too much there. It was just obvious greed. It's either you get the turret plating and get out, or you go for the kill and get the turret plating later. But he's like, I could do both. This guy's garbage. And, it's mistakes like that where, in this game where Paragon 5 were so very ahead and still have a considerable lead, you're getting a little bit of an inch to FreeTyler1, and they've shown that if they get an inch, they'll take a mile.
Big kill there for the Riven, getting her back in this game. She's trying to complete that Death Dance. If she can get that, soon, maybe she can match up here with the Hecarim. But yeah, he is very strong. Got the Trinity Force here and those Ninja Tabi. So he's strong still, but giving over that kill certainly cut his lead significantly. You know, that shutdown was pretty big. Still, though, this bot and mid lane right now for Paragon 5 are ahead of their opponents. So things are looking very good. Jungle even, but with the 2 lanes winning, it's definitely favors Paragon 5 here. You can even say 3 lanes at a certain point.
Yeah, even though it's past 14 minutes right now, we can definitely see it. The most turret plays that were taken were on the spot side by Paragon 5, and a lot of times now in Season 9, it's not about how many kills you're getting, but it's about turret plays as well. Yujin's, though, looking to start up a fight. Flag and Drag does come in, and Teleport was canceled, actually. The last second Killer Instinct. McTrump tries to find something, but he gets knocked out of the Cataclysm. Brandon is in there in the pool, and he's actually going to be able to finish off that Morgana. License's Rider is so very low himself, and McTrump looking to see what he can find. Flag and Drag does miss as he has to flash away, gets the blasting plan over to safety. And that's 3 members of Paragon 5 so very low with Den Morgana at their side, and nobody's going to be able to take that Mountain Dragon for now.
Mountain Dragon will reset. No one getting that. And TP down for both top laners there. They both had a little bit left on the cooldown. Well, Choi had a little bit left. Oven Johnson, I believe, used that to the top side of the map there. So neither one joining, which is pretty big. That could have, swayed the fight a little bit if Oven Johnson has made a way down.
I think
still, Paragon 5, I think, get a decent edge on that one, considering they get the 80 carry for support.
I wasn't able to pan my camera up there in time, but I did see that Johnson's teleport was actually coming in, and you can't manually cancel it yourself anymore, and I did notice that it was canceled, so I think that Choi did a good job to stop the Hecarim from coming into that fight, and maybe could have made a difference had he been able to get to that bot side of the map, but we do see that the Death's Dance, I should say, is finished on him. It's going to make a considerable difference when it comes to sustaining and surviving this Hecarim who has his Trinity Force finished.
Yeah, the sustain should be big, and with Conqueror healing, it's just kind of a ridiculous amount of healing you can get when you get that Conqueror stacked up. So, very nice pickup here. I'd expect the Spear of Shojin next if she is going to continue to build damage here. But Brandon getting a little aggressive there. Use the ultimate. You can see he's used the ultimate not with the intention of killing, Licensed Rider. He's just using it to get lane dominance here. You can see the health lead now that Brandon has, so he hasn't used it. Tried to go all in very often, but he's just like, all right, I'm going to take a big trade with his ultimate here. Might as well use the cooldown.
Yeah, but does, keep Licenseless pretty low. He's going to have to, rely on the sustain of his passive, and if not, see a recall like we see him going back to now, but noticing that the Mountain Dragon is actually started up by FreeTyler1, if they can actually sneak this, would definitely benefit them. 4 members, and it looks like it's going to go uncontested while on the top side of the map. They're going to respond with the Rift Herald instead.
Well, they know Brandon chunked out Licensed Rider, and they had pressure bot side because Eugens had moved over, gotten vision control. So they're like, all right, we'll take the Dragon here. But smartly, Solarica, in response, moves to the top side, where he knows the Hecarim is at a slight advantage. So he says, all right, I'll take the Rift Herald, but now a gank bot lane.
Very good Killer Instinct by McTrump there, but it's not going to matter. Method landing a very good Braum ult there. Is going to get stunned up by the Morgana, but it's just not quite going to matter. 80 carry is on the floor, and there's a fight up on the top side. Johnson, Troy Urim going back and forth. The Onslaught of Shadows comes out, but that's actually going to be a kill for Troy Urim, surviving with that Death's Dance, but it's going to fall to Solarica, and there's Josh picking up a kill there with his buddy Eugens as well, going very deep into the bot lane of Paragon 5, and even though his team was behind, they're not going to be behind for too much longer. We do see the Rift Herald is popped on the top side, seeing if they can finish off that First Blood Tower. Looks like that is going to go over to Paragon 5. So they do have about a little more than a 1k gold lead, but FreeTyler1 are nowhere near out of this game just yet.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting trade here because you do get first tower, but it goes over to Sejuani on the gold here, so you don't get it on one of your damage sources. And you get a 1 for 1 up in the top side and lose a bunch in the bottom side of the map as well. So I don't really... Well, hold on. Brandon's going to be okay, but I thought he might die there. Both the laners getting very low.
That was a very good 1v1 there. A good charm was landed by Licenseless there to actually start that off. The Ignite went down and everything. 3 Spirit Dashes, but he knew when to get out with that 3rd Spirit Dash just in time as Brandon actually healed for about that 350 health there. So, it's a very good even trade back and forth. It's just a very even 1v1 despite the Arya having 3 kills over the Vladimir. Has the loot and Zeko, but now we actually see 2 completed items on Brandon right now, having both that Protobelt, the Zonia's Hourglass, and some Magic Pen with those sword shoes. So that's a pretty good spike to hit, but Arya's backing herself with that 2,500 gold. We'll see what he gets here. Eugen's here in the mid lane with Josh. And we do see that the Jarvan is kind of sticking around with this Tristana the best of his ability, and right now Josh is 4-1 on this Tristana. Not only has the Infinity Edge, but the rapid fire finish as well. It's a little bit of a lead over McTrump, who's still working towards that Guinsos.
Waiting for that second item spike there. Tristana already on it, though, because of those last couple kills in the bot side of the map, giving Tristana back a little bit of the gold she lost in the laning phase here. Now at an 800 gold lead, which is very nice for Josh. And things are turning around here for FreeTyler1. They have lost that turret, but they got one in exchange there in the bottom side and looking to maybe get this top lane turret as well. So Paragon 5 had a slight edge, but that certainly has been taken away now.
We do see a siege up in the mid lane here. Not quite going to be able to finish off that outer mid lane turret, but you see Brandon is on the top side, able to finish off that top turret. Method does manage to fall to Solarica, though. Josh decides to jump out of that one. Not sure what his support's doing. Dead on the ground there. Does manage to get caught out by the various crowd control of Paragon 5, so very well done by them to be able to chain that effectively. But now looking at the gold, even though they're taking this mid lane turret right now, so they have a little bit of a lead. But for a second there, the gold was dead even. But right now, Paragon 5 looking to snowball this objective lead. Not taking just the one mid lane tower, but two. Brandon's still up in the top side. Evan Johnson does his best to respond here. Conquer is proc there. Vladimir pops his ult. But it's not going to be a complete fight either way. Brandon's still sustaining all the way to full health, showing how effective this Vladimir and the split push can be. There's really nobody that can match him. This 1-3-1 here, you know, it's costing FreeTyler1 a little bit. Even though they do have the pressure of these side lanes, it costs them 2 towers in the mid lane.
It's an interesting trade, right? Because you lose your support and 2 turrets in the mid lane, but then you start to get pressure. You got a turret in the top side, a little bit of pressure there on the inner as well. So it's a really interesting sort of situation where, again, I think Paragon 5 is comes out ahead, but I'm not really sure because what, you know, FreeTyler1 wants right now is to get pressure in these side lanes here, get gold onto the Vladimir and Riven, and they just got to free farm for about a minute. Whereas Ahri was grouped in the mid lane, didn't get to farm, and now she's down 30 CS to her lane opponent. So it's kind of an interesting trade because you got kills and turrets, you know, on one side for Paragon 5 and just a couple turrets and then farm. So again, I think Paragon 5's in the better situation here, but it's kind of an interesting trade here. And they're also going to have to pay the tax here of Grievous Wounds, right? You see McTrump on the Kaisa, he's got the 2-item spike. He wanted Rage Blade and Infinity Edge, but he's looking for more attack speed items. He's trying to, I assume, will go for Runins or some sort of Zeal item, but he's also got to get those Grievous Wounds to deal with the Vladimir, to deal with the Riven healing. So it's kind of an interesting situation. Also, interesting to note, we've got a Black Cleaver here after the Cinderhole for Eugen, so we were kind of all wrong, I guess, on his build. We were half right, but
yeah.
Death Dance and Spear of Shojin going to come in for Choi in a moment, so a couple item spikes still come in that are key for some champions, namely the Riven here, as well as getting those that third item for the Kaisa would be big.
Spear of Shojin is definitely one of my biggest triggers in the current state of League of Legends. It doesn't matter if it's Riven or one of my biggest problems is Jax. I really do not know how to defeat a Jax's Spear of Shojin. You know, being able to have that counter strike up constant. I've seen Jax's be able to pop their E like 8 times in a team fight. And as someone that is so very auto attack, you know, reliant, I just don't know how to deal with it. It feels absolutely insane, so I'm sure Choi's going to feel the same way when he finishes it off. Brandon getting very low, though. Second Spirit Dash does come out. Another Charm does land, and Licenseless doing a good job to pick off Brandon up in the top side. Method is going to have to pop that Brawl ult. Does manage to delete to safety, and Solarica and the rest of the members of Paragon 5 are looking to take this Ocean.
It's a nice pickup as well, getting their second dragon in the game. A double Ocean here against a Mountain. Certainly would have liked that Mountain with Paragon 5, but that was a big sequence for them, getting their second dragon here for pretty much imminent sustain from any sort of poke and from any Baron damage here. Lysis Rider gets a solo kill there in the side lane, proving that the split push from Brandon can be answered, which is very big. So this is a nice sequence here for Paragon 5, and looks like they're going to try and get you know, even more greedy and look for the Baron here, as Evan Johnson is standing on a ward, and he finally figured it out.
Figured it out, and Josh did as well, managing to actually chug him to a little bit above half health there. Sejuani does come out, but he's not quite going to find anything. They're actually going to manage their way off of Baron. They really do not want to take this 5v5 fight, and here's the Riven up at the top, or excuse me, managed to start that fight. Evan Johnson is very low, and Josh is getting so much free damage off. Stopwatch from the Morgana, and he's out of there, and that's going to be Josh picking up another kill. He's on a killing spree. Solarica is all alone, does manage to flash over the wall. There's a flag and drag. Managed to get that 2-man knockup. It's going to cost him his life, but it doesn't matter because Josh is here to respond. Does manage to get the shutdown in the yard, and that's going to be another kill, a triple kill for Josh and the Tristana. He's trying to look for McTrump here, the only one left alive. Still on Paragon 5. He's trying to see if he can get that sneaky recall off. Who knows if he's going to be spotted out. Josh not quite going to find him. Goes up to that top side instead, so the Kaiser going to be able to sneak out of that fight. But what a devastating loss for Paragon 5 at the end of that. 4 down in exchange for 2 of FreeTyler1. And not only that, that's a lot of gold over to Josh. They're sitting on 2,600 now.
Well, that was very much a moment where Paragon 5 were too greedy. They put their hand in the cookie jar and were immediately spotted by FreeTyler1 going for that Baron. Maybe like a reasonable thing if you have the Mountain Dragon, but they don't, right? They only have the 2 oceans. What they need to do is bait that Baron. We're just trying to push a lane in, shove it, and get back. Like, this was not the time to go for Baron off the back of that play. They spent so much time running to it that by the time they got there, everyone was back up, ready to fight them. And Oven Johnson, he spotted on a ward, so he can't even get a pick on someone. Like, that was just a very sloppy play, I think, from Paragon 5, and they had a great sequence there for, a few minutes, and then they just threw it all away with that play on Baron, and, honestly put themselves back where they were a few minutes ago, where the Shoshana is really hard to answer. For a while, McTrump, he was getting strong again, and you thought maybe he can come back in this game, right, and be the AD carry they need him to be, but after giving over so much gold to the Tristana, he's just, like, behind comparatively.
Oh, Brandon up here in the top side is going to get caught out. Chilling Smite does go down in the pool. It's going to buy him a couple seconds. That's going to be the Sejuani, guaranteed that kill. There's another fight going down in the mid side of the map. Josh in some trouble of his own. He's actually going to fall to McTrump. That's going to be 1,000 gold over to this Kaiser. And a double kill for McTrump. Method, not sure what's going on there with his members. His comrades on the ground there as the rest of the members of Paragon 5 start up this Baron. But Riven is alive, though. Has her ult available as well. Can he steal this with Wind Slash? Can they steal it with Method? What can they do here? The ult is popped. Wind Slash comes out, but not going to find it. Ari picks up that Baron there for Paragon 5, and Solarica seeing if he can slow down Method to see if he can find a kill, but not quite going to find it. 3 members still down for FreeTyler1 while Paragon 5 pick up that victory of this Baron buff, and not only that, but McTrump backing with 2,800 gold. The amount of gold that's swinging all over the place this game, going from carry to carry, is just absolutely insane. We do see Josh not only has his 75% crit chance finish, does have the QSS, so it's going to be able to prevent him getting caught from any of those nasty Morgana bindings, the Sejuani ult, even the Hecarim Fear. He does get divin upon like that, even Ari Charm, anything like that, and we see alternatively, McTrump not only has his Runon's finish, but actually has another Brawler's Glove, so he's actually going to look for another Zeal item, strangely enough, so interested to see what his build is there. I'm always interested in Kaiser builds. It's definitely one of the AD carries that I don't play as much of, so I'm a little less keen on the most optimal build paths and whatnot, but Choi does have the Spear of Shojin finish, as well as on Hecarim we do see the Sterix Gauge, gives him a lot more AD and survivability with that shield, but I wanted to mention so bad before that fight at the Baron, but the fight that just turned the tides for FreeTyler1 and Josh picking up all those kills, such a good engage by Choi Rim. It was just so very good to actually get in the middle of everyone with that Riven, and here's McTrump, though, starting up another fight. Killer Instinct does manage to get him right in range for a Method there, and that Braum is going to fall. Spirit Dash comes out from Licenseless, and that Electrocute proc is going to do a lot of damage while the rest of the members of Paragon 5, 4 of them in the bot side and 1 up in the top, all with Baron buff, are looking to see if they can just take the base of FreeTyler1. Almost uncontested right now. Nobody's really stopping them.
Yeah, well, this is NA, so we just witnessed 2 throws in a row, right? Paragon 5 kind of throws it at the Baron, then, well, FreeTyler1 does. We'll see if Paragon 5 throws it back, but they've already got 1 inhib.
1 inhib is all they're going to get for now, but that's more than enough of a victory, and right now Dragon's about to respawn as well, so they're playing it slow, making sure they get these neutral objectives, take their jungle, get vision spread out, make sure that we have the optimal setup for this win. It's not just all through kills, it's not completely a team deathmatch, it's a lot of mental, it's a lot of preparing to do the right thing, but there's a huge gold lead, I should say, so far in the favor of Paragon 5 right now, but FreeTyler1 still do have the secret weapon of Josh right now, again 7-2 right now on this Tristana, but McTrump playing a game of his own, 6-1, and Licenses Ryder 5-2, just so many of these high damage carries are doing such a good job to, do their part, do their role, and actually DPS, and Josh, actually, when he's not touched in these fights, he is dealing that damage. If they're not actually looking at him and punishing him efficiently, he's getting away with more than I think he should, honestly.
He needs the Last Whisper, though. You can see the Sejuani picking up armor. She's got the Ninja Tabis, the Randon's Omen now, and Ninja Tabis, and some more health being picked up on the Hecarim here. So Tannies are starting to get the armor. Even Morgana's got some armor here. So I think this is the time when Last Whisper he should be picked up for Josh. He's already got the QSS, so I think with the Last Whisper picked up, he should be pretty much unstoppable in team fights as long as positioning is good. But still, hard to get away from a Hecarim, hard to get away from so much CC. Even if you get hit by just 1 CC for a second and QSS it, all of a sudden the next comes in. But now a catch maybe in the side lane.
Not quite, though. Onslaught of Shadows is going to be able to escape that Cataclysm, while meanwhile 4 members of Paragon 5 are on the mid lane. That's going to be Brandon just getting absolutely blown up. Killer Instinct does go for Josh, though. McTrump manages to take down that Tristan, and Mephod's the only one left, and he's going to be taken down by License as Ryder, Eugens, and Choi Rim aren't quite sure what to do, while the rest of the members of Paragon 5 look at their second inhib here in the mid lane. Riven is recalling right now, but Oven Johnson is still pushing in those waves in the top lane, and they're maybe looking for an end here. They have 30 seconds.
Available for Oven Johnson. He can TP in and help end this.
Troy does manage to get binded up by the Morgana, and that's going to be him falling down. That flag drag is only going to do so much when you got the pony coming in. That's going to be him falling. That's going to be the ace for Paragon 5, and that is going to be game for game 1, 21-11. Paragon 5 take this first win of the series versus FreeTyler1, and maybe in a fashion that we did not expect, despite that Tristana, having a good amount of kills and looking like a pretty good KDA. He wasn't able to bring FreeTyler1 this win this time around, at least.
Well, both teams had a chance to win that game. Both were in control at various points. Paragon 5 had a nice early game, but then, they come back. FreeTyler1 had this opportunity in the mid game. All of a sudden, Paragon 5's back in the lead. They go to Baron. They try and get Baron to sort of break open the game. They lose a terrible team fight at Baron. Then the same thing, exact thing happens from FreeTyler1 losing a terrible team fight. Well, near Baron, not on Baron, but in a similar place on the map. And then all of a sudden, Paragon 5's back in control with the Baron buff. They walk down, take one inhib. They try to catch the Hecarim in the side lane, but with that unstoppability in the ultimate, it's hard to catch him. They don't. It cost them a fight in the mid lane and another inhibitor, and then they just end the game there. And that was honestly a few mistakes by both teams ended up, costing them. Paragon 5, though, comes out ahead because they do get that Baron in the end and take the game, pushing for the victory just off that Baron buff. It ended before the game did, but they were able to push through, take down those Nexus towers and the Nexus, and a big win for them in game 1. But we were talking about the 80 carries, how important they would be this series, and they certainly lived up to it in this game 1. Both had, I think, 7 kills at the end of that one, and were super strong. Had team fights where they kind of popped off and had some good performances. But in the end, a little bit of a macro mistake, trying to catch the Hecarim costs FreeTyler1 the game to close that one out.
Brandon got caught a lot more times than I'd, really like to see, especially when you do have this designated carry. It's like, all right, Josh has the kills, guys. All you need to do is keep pressure in the side lanes, don't die, and then if we can actually get an optimal play going, they took double TP. Both the Vladimir and the Riven have teleport. They didn't utilize it. We saw so many teleports just back to the lane, back to go get some minions. We're not seeing the usefulness and the utility of which teleport can really bring to a team composition. But either way, that is a very good dominating victory for Paragon 5 in that game 1. So we'll take a couple minute break while we get this next game set up. So for those watching, don't go anywhere. Game 2 of Paragon 5 and FreeTyler1 will be right back.
it feel like I had to lean on a snapshot from where you were born? I'm looking for your hand in the rough, you're caught in the wire. Well, I lived you
Getting into game 2 of FreeTyler1 versus Paragon 5 here. And Coas, after watching that first game, are there any sort of picks or priorities that you think are maybe some points of concern for either team, or maybe certain things they should look at, change up for this next game?
Obviously, the Hecarim, I think, should be banned. The way it was first picked last game and was very impactful up in the top lane. Can obviously be great in the jungle as well, but, you know, Oven Johnson, he showed why that is such a powerful pick, so I'd expect that to be banned away. Sejuani, actually a little bit surprising that they banned away from Solarica, because I think there's a lot you can do to punish it if you pick the right champions. The Jarvan, can do that, but he didn't really have the lanes available to do that. So that didn't really come to pass. But I'm kind of surprised Hecarim has made it all the way here. I think Paragon 5 has to ban this as their last ban, and they do. There they go.
Yeah. All right, so no surprise there. And just about every single game that we see in the SFL versus Brandon, that we always see the TF ban, and I always find that funny that just about every team actually find it valuable enough to take it away from him, even leaving him with something like the Vladimir, where he didn't perform great on it last game, but it's still such a terrifying pick if it, does get even the slightest lead. And we're seeing a Terror covered by FreeTyler1. Could this be the Sonateric? But nah, they're gonna lock in the Corki instead.
The Corki was banned away last game, I believe, and first pick there for Brandon. He's had some good games on it, I believe. In the past, at least I believe is going to Brandon is what I'm trying to say. So I think it's a strong pick, but again, a punishable one if you do pick something aggressive in the mid lane. Most notably, LeBlanc, I think, could be a good counter pick to this to try and get aggressive there. Zed has been super popular lately. We've seen a few Zeds, being played in the SFL. We'll see if Lysilis breaks that one out, but Jinx going to be the first pick up here, which is a very good champion overall, but is good into Corki, I think, because she does have that range with rapid fire cannon late in the game. She can try and deal with the Corki at least a little bit. And looks like Lysilis Rider may go with the Vladimir, which would be an interesting pick, but I think could be aggressive there up in the mid lane, and or are we moved up to the top side. So Vladimir still flex, but could be aggressive into the Corki come level 6.
Say, I think blind pick, or excuse me, not even blind picking, since we see what the Corki is there in the mid lane. I doubt that's going to be going to Josh, but to pick Vladimir early, I think that's fine, but to pick Jinx this early with seeing nothing else on the team, that's some big dick move right there. I don't know who actually calls for the draft of Paragon 5 or anything like that, but if McTrump was just pick me Jinx, if I'm sitting there, if I'm in comms with my team, we're going through the first pick and ban phase, and my AD carry says, hey, just I don't know what they're gonna have, but just pick Jinx. I just be like, what? But don't get me wrong, Jinx is actually so very strong right now. She does take that lethal tempo, and like you said, I don't think we see a lot of rapid fire cannons. No, yes we do. That's absolutely wrong. We see both the Runons and the rapid fire cannons. So like you said, that massive auto attack range with those rocket autos. So very impactful, especially if you do have a high damage comp and she's able to get those resets and utilize those in team fights. Yeah, that's absolutely fantastic. But look what you just enabled. You allow Choi to be able to pick up this Gnar up in the top lane, and not only that, but you have Jarvan. Once a Cataclysm, gets thrown down on a Jinx, what's the Jinx gonna do? Honest to God, it's so very scary. You do see that they actually respond with a Kennen, so it might be one of those situations where we see the Kennen actually sit next to the Jinx and say, all right, go ahead and ult my Jinx, see what happens. It's not that she's going to be trapped in there with you, you're going to be trapped in there with me. So I'm wondering if that's actually the thought behind that Kennen pick with the Slicing Maelstrom. And I actually have to ban someone in Twitch chat. That's fantastic. Who actually takes the... You know what? That's sad. Why would you actually go about just spoiling movies for people? What is wrong with you, you sick bastard? Do you have is nothing else enjoyable to you? I've already had the movie spoiled to me 3,000 times, so I spend my life on Twitch, and there's already people that just gladly do that, but Jesus Christ. Anywho, as we get into the second pick and ban phase here, as you said, the loss of the bans from Paragon 5 certainly doesn't help anything, unless, they want to take away Teemo and Singe, and that was actually in the plans of FreeTyler1. Maybe they'd actually have to adjust for that, but otherwise I'm really interested to see what they pair along with this Jinx, because I think she really needs to be taken... She needs care right now. She needs something that is actually going to save her from the very terrifying threats that FreeTyler1 have right now, and the bot lane of FreeTyler1 is even yet to be shown.
They've done that. They did this in game 1 as well, where they just drafted their soul lanes and jungler first off and just kept their bot lane a secret, whereas, Paragon 5 and Trump have been a bit more focused on getting their bot lane early, getting their AD carry that they want in the first round. But Trundle now with the new buffs coming in, Nara with new buffs, seeing some play again here. So I assume the Trundle pick is going to be in the jungle, I'd imagine, and Kennen will be topside Vladimir mid. That is the most likely scenario, I think, for them. And they'll go with the Trundle can take away obviously the resistances here. He doesn't have that crazy combo with an Aftershock champion where he can just take away, give you negative resistances or anything like that. but still very powerful there, and gives you a bit more early presence here, as Sonateric will be locked in.
No, why do I... Dude, like, I always look forward to casting SFL games, especially when it is like two better teams and, you know, we have some hyphy team fights and it's I don't want to sit here and cast a Sonateric game, dude. Are you shitting me? It's going to be two people just conceding a lane and just trying to, you know, poke out the Jinx and whatever they choose along with it. I don't think it's going to be a Trundle support, or I guess it is actually going to be. There's really nothing else it can be at this point. But, you know, you poke out your lane opponents and then you just don't die, and then you get to heal your team for infinity and just, you know, keep everyone alive, keep everyone invulnerable with Terracult and all that stupid bullshit. So we do see that something is happening. We saw that McTrump left the lobby there, so I'm not sure what exactly has to be remade for what purpose, but we'll see what's going on there. But I'll be honest with you, Koas, I'm not looking forward to this. That's just such a piss off. I don't know about you, dude, but that's not fun to watch. It's really not.
Well, we a couple times I've done Sugar Free League broadcasts and a few other ones where we've seen the Sonateric, and the comp works very, very well, right? You have tons of sustain, tons of damage, but the thing that's always missing, right, is an AD carry. You don't have that AD carry to take towers, to take Baron, and while Sonateric are great at doing Baron, they can sustain you through it, and you basically don't lose any health because of just the massive AoE healing they have. You actually don't have damage, right? So unless you got a Mountain Dragon, like, it takes forever to do. Sure, you don't take damage, but like, it takes forever, right? So that's kind of the biggest problem. So, like, how do you answer that? Well, let's look to the mid lane. Let's get a Corki, because all of a sudden now we've got an 80 carry. It is magic damage, right? We're not doing physical damage, so you might have to pick some more physical damage up on the top side, but they've done that with the Gnar and you know, the Jarvan in the jungle. So I really like this composition, right? You can't just build, you know, magic resist or armor here to solve the issue. You worry about the late game scaling, because once the Corki comes in line, the Sonateric, you pretty much just lose the game, because they press R and Corki, you know, does his damage. It's really difficult to deal with here. So FreeTyler1, I think, have put together an incredible team composition here, you know, with the potential to split push with the Gnar. So if they don't answer split push, there's a potential to take that, you know, with a 4-1 setup. You've got pressure on the Baron with the Corki, so like, you're not in a position where if the Gnar split pushes, they can just kill him and not respect your Baron take. They can take objectives wherever they are. So FreeTyler1, assuming this composition stands, which I believe it will, they are in a great position, I think. I really like their draft here in Game 2.
Definitely very good points to make. You're absolutely right. And honestly, you know, like you said, if you actually are going to go for the Sonateric combo, you need things to... You know, you can't just be like, oh, you know, it doesn't matter what the other three picks are. Let's just play Sonateric because it's so OP. Oh, God, I've seen it on Reddit all day. No, like you said, you actually need to formulate a team composition where the weaknesses that come in from picking that Sonateric comp, you need to make up for it in other places. And as we saw, FreeTyler1 are actually keen to do so. So hopefully, you know, we see them actually try to properly facilitate it. And when it comes to, you know, the Sonateric combo, really the only counter to it is just massive amounts of pressure early on. You just need to kill over and over, 2v2 in this bot lane, or have the jungle pressure, even the mid lane. If you can actually just make it a constant 4v2 down in that bot side and you just keep murdering them over and over, yeah, they're still they're eventually going to get to that point where, you know, they are the heal boss that they will inevitably become. You know, you can't stop that. But to be able to hinder it and to stop it so very heavily, and not only that, but to bring, you know, like you said, an 80 carry, that FreeTyler, you know, a traditional marksman, I should say, maybe, that FreeTyler1 may be lacking besides the Corki in the mid lane, who's going to be doing the majority of magic damage anyway. You know, if you actually get McTrump ahead on something like that, it might actually end up making a difference. And good God, if we have to remake this game one more time, I really don't know what I'm going to do with myself.
A few disconnects here, so we're just gonna have to wait this thing out. Luckily, it's not like the series where we had to redo an entire series, where we had to come back on like a Monday and redo it, a best of 5 in the playoffs. I was sitting there casting that game. The series took 4 hours because we kept having one of the 80 carries disconnect, and they brought in subs, and then they tried to get him play again. It was a whole mess. But we spent 4 hours doing that, and then only 2 of the games counted. So yeah, that was a fun time. Hopefully that's this isn't the situation we're in again.
It wouldn't be the sugar-free league if there weren't some sort of complications. Like, honestly, I don't think, whether it's me casting or anybody else casting, I've never seen a game, whether it's a best of 3 or best of 5, just have every game, you know, be created and started and played out smoothly, and then, oh, there's a winner. All right, good night, guys. We're finished. Like, it never happens. So whether teams are 15 minutes late at the start, whether I understand that a lot of times, especially when people have client issues, that it's out of their or outside of their control. There's really not much they can do. I've known a lot of times, like if a champion select has to be remade and someone has to like close their client, just restart it entirely. There are people that like it just forces a patch on them, and they have to sit there for like 10 minutes while the client goes through like the repair and the reinstallation process, and it's like, oh, we're trying to fix your corrupted files. It's like, dude, I have a game that I've been scheduled to go play for the past week. Like, this is ridiculous. So I understand the frustration of players sometimes, and not every situation can be helped, but it's certainly a repeating trend that I really wish wouldn't be as common.
You got to make the best of it, and now we can start our podcast. We can brainstorm some names now. I got nothing, but maybe you have something, a clever pun that we could start off with.
A clever pun? See, I'm not a pun man. I'm not the comedy is truly not my route, so I don't think I've got anything on the table there for you. I mean, at times like this, I always found it interesting if the league was to be coordinated enough, if there were some sort of especially for teams that have bigger rosters, like there are some that just have designated substitute players that, sometimes they actually swap them out regularly. Sometimes they're just emergency subs. A lot of these teams have coaches as well, and to be able to get some of their insight and some of these moments of off time where, we have a few minutes to kill, definitely would be nice. But I guess the few people that are watching are just going to have to deal with the voices of you and me for now. But finally, for the third time in a row, hopefully third time's the charm, getting this game reloaded in, getting all the picks done, getting all the bans through, and hopefully we can get this game 2 started, because again, these games aren't short. When it actually is a best of 5 match, it stretches on for a long time, and I'm really hoping to see what the mentals are going to be like, because I know right now if Paragon 5 take this next game and they're 2-0 in this series, FreeTyler1 aren't known as the most mentally of clear teams. They're definitely not ones that are known to keep a cool head at all times. So it's definitely one of those situations where, you wouldn't be surprised if a team takes a 2-0 lead where they just finish it off with a 3-0 sweep. But it could also be a reverse sweep. FreeTyler1 could definitely just take, 3 games back from them, even if Paragon 5 do work with the momentum in the beginning of the series. So, and that's what, makes these games exciting. You can't really call it until you watch these games, because God, it's always such a mess. It's never, obviously being a Platinum and Diamond League, you're not expecting perfection. These obviously aren't, high ELO star players, born for LCS and on their way to the stage. But even so, I've seen so many fiestas that I really wish I had not seen in the SFL.
A quick PSA before we hop into game here. There is someone on the Sugar Free Discord just spamming spoilers for Avengers Endgame. So if you haven't seen the movie and you want to, don't go to the server right now, because you'll see spoilers. So just be careful of that. I don't know why he's doing it, but he's doing it. And unfortunately, Fallen is AFK, so we can't get him banned. Shrey's doing his best to delete all the messages, but yeah, just don't go for a little while, and hopefully you get that cleaned up and you guys can watch the movie and not be spoiled for it.
What a job of a moderator. Oh yeah, by the way, anytime you see there's this really popular movie now in global culture, and if you see anybody talking about it and just giving away the ending, you need to ban them. And it's wait, what the? Online communities are strange, but like I said, I've been watching live streams all day, and I can't even say you'd be surprised. It's sadly not surprising. Asshole behavior is a lot more common nowadays than anything else. But either way, I want to talk about this game a little bit. We do see a little bit of protection for this Jinx. We see the Nami that I think is definitely one of the best enchanters, if not the best enchanter, simply because not only do you have massive amounts of sustain from this Nami W, but it's just the fact that she does so much damage on her own. Being able to provide that E, whether she just uses the autos for herself or gives it to her AD carry. God forbid she lands an Aqua Prison. And not only that, but you're actually able to combine that with Jinx Chompers. It's a massive amount of crowd control if you're actually able to combine that together. So I can definitely see McTrump and Gongcha, if they're actually able to, maybe punish Josh and Method on this Taric Sona, because a lot of times when we see this Taric Sona combo, it all depends on how much practice you have on it. Like I said earlier, it's not just this is so OP, it doesn't matter how bad we are, we can pick it. In a lot of cases where, if the team doesn't know how to punish it, then yeah, you can get away with it and you're probably going to end up winning by default. But that's why I want to see a Paragon 5 understand the ticking time bomb that's happening down in the bot lane for FreeTyler1, and if they're actually able to punish it just properly, if they actually are able to send both Silas and Trundle down to that bot side of the map. Otherwise, I don't see how the Jinx is actually going to be able to match up to the impact that the Taric Sona brings.
There's the potential, I think, for solo or 2v2 kills at least in the bot lane with Nami, Bubble, the ultimate. If you can obviously hit the 6 before them, you have potential all in, but just with the bubble, anytime you hit it, you can have the potential to kill them there with Ignite. So, or at least, blow their summers, get pressure, get an advantage there. And the Sona Taric, they're eventually going to get to a point where they're unstoppable. But if you can put a lot of pressure on their lane, take plating's away, and snowball yourself early on, and stop them, from getting ahead, you can delay that, right? And they'll get there, but it's going to take a lot longer. And then you have an opening to try and win the game where you can take Baron early on and sort of break open the base. And then, well, they don't have a ton of wave clear between Sona and Taric, right? They're going to have to rely on the Corki for that. So there's definitely, this game's not over. But yeah, I really like the position FreeTyler1 have set themselves up in early on. I really like their composition here. Still, though, we were talking about diving for FreeTyler1, or in game one. This time, it's the other way around, right? You look at the composition that Paragon 5 put together, then Vladimir can get in the backline, the Silas here. There's a delay on Taric Ultimate, right? People sometimes forget that. You can't just press R. You got to press R at the right time. And if Vladimir and Silas, they're fed, they do a rotation of spells, the Sona and Taric can die. So there's a potential here with a dive to make stuff happen. But yeah, FreeTyler1 love their composition. We'll see if they can make it happen. Jarvan again for Eugens, though. And this time he's against the Trundle. And Slarka did a good job on the Sejuani. A worse early game jungler, so we'll see if he can really get in the face of Eugens to make his life difficult.
I'd like to ask you a question, Koas, because again, my knowledge when it comes to Silas isn't too good. I understand that when he takes the ultimate ability of things like Jace and the Nidalee, that he actually he's able to, turn into that Cougar form, the cannon form, and all that different stuff. What is actually going to go on with this interaction of the Silas and Gnar, if you happen to know? Does he just get the wall slam? Does he actually get the entire Mega Gnar form? Would you happen to know what's going on there?
So I believe he just gets the R, the push ultimate.
Okay.
The ultimate's just called Gnar, which is a really great name, with an exclamation point. But yeah, he just gets the push as far as I'm aware. There might be a visual thing where it becomes like a mega thing, but I believe the interaction is he just gets the push. I'm not too familiar. There's so many Silas interactions, right? It's hard to know, but I believe he just gets the push up against the wall, which is still super useful, especially when you're up against the Jarvan here. Being able to push into his Cataclysm. Obviously, Gnar can do this as well, right? Push him into his teammate's Cataclysm. So that's something to watch out for, is a terrain being created. Trundle Pillar as well is also a terrain I believe you can be stunned up against. So there's actually a lot of little interactions here in this game that could be pretty interesting, and we'll see if they pan out for one side or the other, if they can get those key ultimates off and pair that with some very nice created terrain or just some cool interactions here. So excited to see that one. Silas does have some interesting interactions with Corki as well. I believe he gets the big one, the bigger rocket from Corki, the extra damage. He gets it once every 3, so he gets the same. So the ult works very similar to the way Corki does for Silas. So yeah, kind of a couple of unique interactions, but Silas has so many good ultimates to steal this game. It's kind of insane.
One of the things I definitely wanted to mention is actually and again, I can't just straight up call it lack of experience, because that would just be absolutely wrong, but the low mastery points of both Josh and Method on these two champions of the Sona Taric. And again, it's so weird when, it wouldn't be unheard of for, a support to have actually, a good amount of Taric points. Taric has always been some sort of traditional support, whether it's in the Sona Taric strat, whether it's in, the funneling of things like Yi and whatnot. But in general, we don't see Mepha with a lot of Taric experience, and again, just from what I can see, there may be completely different in scrims, and I haven't looked into the OPGG or anything like that. But for someone like Josh, that is almost strictly just a marksman player, to throw them on something like this Sona, it throws them off the groove. I mean, some of the best AD carries that are just so good, it's because of their just pure mechanics and ability to kite to near perfection, actually being able to auto space properly, to be able to kite out opponents and whatnot. And you see someone as good on marksman as Josh should be able to throw on something like Sona, and not having little to no experience on it, it kind of makes me a little bit worried, especially then you look on the opposite side of the map. You look at McTrump and Gongja on the Jinx Nami, and both of them have I can't remember which was which, but one of them had 6-figure points with, I'm pretty sure it was McTrump on the Jinx, and like 50,000 on the Nami. So 2 people that know their champions very well and have practiced it a good amount, whether it's in normal, solo queue, however they obtain the points, compared to 2 people that, is just trying to catch up with the meta and, what's actually strong. But otherwise, again, we're probably just going to see a stalemate for the most part down in the bot lane. And like you said, Solarica did a good job applying that pressure on the Sejuani jungle last game. We'll see what he can do on the suppress the attack Trundle. And Yujin's really didn't find too many openings in that last game. We saw him trying to get ganks off, walking up to lanes and, trying to apply the pressure, saying, hey, here I am. I'm going to go for you, but never really doing anything until later on in those fights. We saw plenty of good flag and drags, plenty of good engages with the Cataclysm, but it maybe needs to be a little bit more, especially when jungle is a lot of the control in these early game, just Season 9 games for the most part.
It should be important in this game as well, because both sides have soul laners that aren't really too interested in being super aggressive early on. I mean, Nar's going to harass, he's going to throw you auto attacks, but he's not like super all-in-y early on. Silas and Porky not going to all-in each other early on, maybe later, but certainly not right now. So the jungle, they're going to be the ones who are going to be active, right? Definitely doing stuff around the map, like you said. So this game, even more so than others, could be important to see where the junglers are. But so far, it looks like they've just done a little bit of farming, and the Jarvan's going to be disappointed when he comes to the bot side of the map. Sees the missing Scuttle Crab there.
Yeah, otherwise, I mean, in the last game as well, we did see the first 10 minutes or so being played pretty damn carefully by both teams. And, especially in, as the season starts to get later and later, we're in playoff games. It's not just regular season games where, FreeTyler1, we've seen them as a team that just throws their entire roster just at, we're going to fight, and if we win, great. If we're not, we're all going to go 0-10 and just lose victorious, or excuse me, what's the just, you know what I mean? It's either a 10-0 or 0-10. But this time around, we're actually seeing a lot more patient of a game, and maybe it's not good for someone for a team like FreeTyler1 that are so used to aggression and snowballing, where we saw, Josh was able to pick up some kills, but they really couldn't get anything else rolling, so it can't just be the bot lane picking up the lead here for FreeTyler1 if they actually want to make things happen.
They go out in a blaze of glory, very much, FreeTyler1, but Eugen's, he's trying to make something happen topside.
Doesn't quite land the flag and drag, but still going to result in Evan Johnson flashing away a few more autos is actually going to result in Nar picking up that first blood, so Choi Rim, getting some revenge on Evan Johnson after having to suffer through a Hecarim game that last one. So that's got to feel pretty good. Fleet Footwork Nar up here, picking up that first blood, a little bit above 1,100 gold right now. I'll be interested to see, what he does decide to pick up for his items, whether we see, the Black Cleaver, if we just see, maybe pure defense, if he's just wanting to get pure MR versus Vladimir. So we'll see what he decides to go for, but it's a pretty significant lead right now, and Evan Johnson's just having to respond the best he can with this Dark Seal, and already a good amount of damage coming out from Troy, despite him probably looking to recall at this point. But they are doing their best to trade back and forth. Evan Johnson actually tanking that entire minion wave. He's going to be able to pop that pool, but Trundle's here to respond. The Pillar isn't quite going to find him, but the Flash Chilling Smite does. Eugen's is here to respond, and the Flag Drag isn't quite going to find it, but this W Slow does. And that's going to be the Conqueror being procced, and Choi Rim picking up his second kill of the game, and that E from the Vladimir isn't going to be able to finish off that Jarvan. Does get another Q, but Eugen's gets that Jarvan Q, finishes off that Vladimir. And that's going to be 3 kills for FreeTyler1, looking a lot better than their first game.
This is the champion he needed. Choi coming out with a Gnar, 2 big kills early here. Now he's going to have some pressure in this lane and could make things difficult. Could pressure that turret. Could be, a big thing to open up this game here for them. I mean, if this Gnar continues to snowball here and get pressure, this could be huge for them. I mean, this has implications for later on in the game, where I was talking about that 4-1. If the Gnar is actually in a position to pressure the side lane, if he can't be pressured out by the Silas or the Vladimir, he can open some stuff up. As Liza's Rider! Oh boy.
Actually does manage to fall to Brandon there in the end. He just kind of walked up in the Corki's face. That was just complete disrespect there by Licenseless. Oh, I'm just going to go up and hit the minions. I know I'm and I can't really do anything. The Corki not only has health, but also a mana advantage on me. And having that Corrupting Potion dot was actually what finished off Licenseless there. So probably feeling pretty stupid, having to waste the flash as well for absolutely no reason. So that's going to be FreeTyler1 picking up their 4th kill and already a 2k gold lead as early as 6 minutes in the game.
Well, the shoe's really on the other foot. This was, the case for Paragon 5 last game, where they had a really good start, but This time, FreeTyler1 with a really good start on their end, and we know how aggressive they want to be. If they have this advantage and they can get aggressive, like they can continue to, take this game out of control of Paragon 5 and just run over them before they get a chance to really do anything about it here. And when you have a bot lane like Sonateric, that's just super. Well, hold on, Oven Johnson's getting the camp treatment.
Eugen's yet again up at the top lane, but being able to proc that phase rush, Vladimir able to run to the safety of his turret. Licensed Rider is on the bot side, though, as well as Trundle and Corky's here to respond. Does manage to steal that Sona ult, though, seeing if they're actually to be able to do something with it. But Paragon 5, despite being down 4 kills, do manage to secure that Infernal Dragon, which makes a lot more of an impact the later on in the game it goes. And definitely if they pick up several Infernal Dragons, the next one is going to be a mountain. So again, another very valuable neutral objective to go for. But it's very nice. We're actually seeing Dragon control a lot earlier than we did last game, and I think, just even as early as 5 minutes, if you do have the priority bot lane, if you do have this, Jinx Nami constantly pushing in the Sonateric, that, even if the Sonateric do respond, they can't really do anything just yet, without any items or having level 6, they can't do much to respond to something that is actually pretty terrifying early, like this Sona Jinx.
Well, this was kind of the issue last game. Is it wasn't that they didn't want the Ocean Dragon early on. It was that they couldn't get it because they didn't have enough time to bring the bot lane across, from the lane to get the dragon, and they didn't have a jungler that could solo it. I said Juani wasn't really a champion that could solo the dragon early on, so they had to wait to pick it up. This time with the Trundle pick, which, there are other weaknesses of this pick, but one of the strengths is dragon taking here, as Solarica is getting a bit too aggressive in the enemy jungle here. We'll see if he's tracked down.
Good flash by Mephit to be able to secure that, or stun off on a Solarica there. Does manage to take the kill for himself. Says, yoink, that's mine. Despite Brandon probably wanting that, just very aggressive. What are you doing in the deepest parts of FreeTyler1's jungle without any sort of response? Yes, you do have the Jinx and Nami pushing up to their tower, and you do have Licensed Rider there in the mid lane, but there's still nobody that can really help you. And there's FTYO getting Oven Johnson very low. The ultimate is going to be popped from Vladimir, but a Q is going to be all it takes for this Nard to pick up his 3rd kill of the game, almost having that Black Cleaver finish, and a 0-3 Vladimir up in the top lane. Even though Oven Johnson looks so very dominant on that Hecarim in the first game, Vladimir's not really the champ for him this game.
No, this is a very much a terrible situation to be found in here. There's really no good way for the Vladimir to lane at this stage in the game here. He's just so far behind. He's already down to over 20 CS. The 3 kills, of course, over as well. I mean, like I said, this is great for the Terrix on a bot lane. They have no pressure early on. They're really just terrible. And if you have 2 winning soul lanes here, the jungler is also doing really well so far. This is just great for them because this sort of just stops the biggest weakness they have, which is the early game and a potential snowball or just losing control of the map early on. This covers that weakness because you're doing so well, and now they just reap the benefits of this bot lane.
Here's some action here in the mid lane. Pillar isn't quite going to find Brandon, but he's definitely looking to smack back, and Licensed Rider just managed to pick off that kill, and here's Eugen's. Does finally land the first flag drag of the game. God bless her soul, but he does have the red buff to get that slow off. Cataclysm comes down as well. That Corky auto is going to result in him getting a double kill. And even though Brandon got so very low there, he turns that 2v2 there with his jungler. And oh god, Paragon 5 are clutching the sides of their head saying, how are we just getting absolutely dumpster this game? Poor McTrump and Gongja have to be wondering what's going on the top side of the map. The 0-3 Vladimir, 0-3 Trundle, 0-2 Silas. These poor guys haven't even entered the game yet. And Oven Johnson, looking to die for the 4th time around, manages to get that 3rd proc on the Gnar. Pops the pool, almost Mega Gnar for FTYO. Flashes away, does get the Mega Gnar though. Almost dies to the turret. Look how very low he is, but there's the flag and drag. Has to flash forward to make sure he gets that knockup, but that's going to be Oven Johnson falling, but not without cost. Picks up his first kill of the game. 1-4 right now in this Vladimir, having to commit a lot for that kill, but see the Jinx Rocket actually heading up to the top lane, seeing if they can finish off the Gnar. Here we go. Not quite. FTYO doing a good job to have a good head on his shoulders there, knowing and being aware that they do have a global ultimate to have to worry about, so good awareness, and Mephit actually landing the stun on the Jinx. Taric ultimate is popped as well, and the Aqua Prison isn't quite going to find anybody. McTrump can't even kite there. Here's Corky with the package. That's going to be Brandon on a killing spree. Package is going to cut off his path for Goingcha. Gets stunned up by the Taric, and that's going to be yet another double kill for Brandon. 5-0 on this Corky right now, and feeling a lot better than the Vladimir game from last game. He's just in such a good position to carry right now. So is Choi, and Josh and Mephit are here along for the ride, heel botting all the way.
I mean, that was just a very nice display of Taric skills there. Binding onto the the Corki coming down and got the stun there, caught the Nami. I mean, it was a good disengage to start things off, right? They were able to sort of stop the initial engage where the ultimates came in through Tarek Sona, and Gongcha made a great play, but then Corki comes down with a package. There's no way they're escaping that one. Another kill, 5 kills now for Brandon. This game feels like it's going to be over pretty quick, honestly. Game 1 was a back and forth affair, but this one may not be very similar in that regard. It may just be a complete stomp here for FreeTyler1, which is exactly what they wanted here to get their feet back under them here in this series and tie this thing up 1-1. But now with the Dragon Control over and a Mountain Dragon being picked up, this is big for them. They already have map control.
That Mega Gnar, the very last millisecond for Choi, does manage to slam that Vladimir against the wall. One more auto is going to be all it takes, and Choi Rim is on a rampage. And Oven Johnson right now just has no idea how to answer to this Gnar right now. And I was about to mention the fact that Gnar doesn't even have his Executioner's Calling right now. He's not even reducing the healing of that Vladimir, and he's still able to take him down almost effortlessly. Here's Licenseless Rider, though, does manage to steal the Gnarl, gets the Protobot forward, does manage to get the knockout with that flash, slams against the wall, and he does manage to pick up that 700 gold shutdown. That is going to be so good for Licenseless Rider. There we see Eugène's was on that Mountain Dragon, but Paragon 5 are here to respond. Big Trump is making his way up, but here's Brandon. Eugène's up on the side here. Solarica does manage to cut them off with the pillar, but they are looking to stay on this Mountain Dragon. They want to be able to get this neutral objective control. Super Mega Death Rocket isn't quite going to find the Dragon kill that they maybe want to. And that's going to be the 4 members of FreeTyler1 picking up their first Dragon of the game, and oh good god, it's looking so very scary for Paragon 5 right now.
This is exactly what they wanted, though. The Mountain Dragon spawning now when they have control over the Dragon Pit is great for them, because now they have the pressure on the Baron they need. And with a Corki, it's going to go down super fast. They have the pressure on the objectives they need as well. They are just in a great position right now. There are still few big shutdowns that went over. Oven Johnson, he got the kill. Licenseless Rider got a kill. And McTrump is farming at a pretty decent clip here. He's a little behind, about 8 CS a minute. A little bit ahead of that, but he's going to be strong. It just, I think that the Gnar and the Corki are just going to lead him, and maybe even Eugen's there on the Jarvan will just dunk on him before he's got a chance to really do much of anything. And picking the Jinx here, I think, is fine in most situations here, but he still has to worry about this Jarvan here in the Gnar. Like, if he doesn't have Flash, he's just kind of going to die. So this does not really seem like a great situation, and FreeTyler1, well, a great situation for Paragon 5. It's a great situation for FreeTyler1.
God, we see how much damage that Corki is doing there in the mid lane with that Trinity Force finish. Aqua Prison is going to land. Mephit's got the fancy feet on today. Manages to dodge that, but that's going to be the first blood tower over to Choi Rim. Being so very dominant on this Gnar right now. Not only does he have the Black Cleaver finish, but has a recurve bow. We'll see if that's working towards the Blade of the Ruin King. If we see some sort of weird Guinsoo's Rage Blade split push Gnar type of build going on. Only time will tell, and right now we do see the Namiel coming out. Does manage to get Mephit. Terracold is coming out, and we see the Crescendo does land on McTrump. Aqua Prison doesn't land, and Solarica is here for the party, but nothing results of it. And they do manage to stay alive down here on the bot side. Here's Josh and Mephit just farming to the best of their ability. Super Mega Death Rocket does go towards the top side, and they're not quite going to find the Rift Herald that they were maybe looking to find. Choi Rim.
Well, that was perfect timing, though. If that hit, they might have stolen it.
Yeah, that would have been pretty PogChamp if he was actually able to get that, but not quite. They do manage to get that for the side of FreeTyler1. And once that they've already got one tower. They were able to get that top lane tower for that Gnar to be able to punish that Vladimir to the best of their ability. Jinx actually getting stunned up, but now with that Jarvan having that Rift Herald, we may see mid actually be the next objective for FreeTyler1. Teleport does come out from Choi though, gets the slow off on a Jinx, and what's going to happen when the Mega Gnar pops? That's going to be a dead Jinx. Doesn't get stunned up by Mephit, but doesn't quite matter. Mephit picks up his second kill of the game there, and McTrump working ever so slowly towards his items here. Does have that 1,300 gold, finishes off his IE, but here comes the Cataclysm from Eugène's, and Solarica is Solara dead. That's going to be his 4th death of the game there. He's just not able to find any sort of advantage here. He's getting tanky, does have the Cinderhulk finish, but honestly, pretty useless this game.
Yeah, that can be said about many members of Paragon 5 this game, though. I mean, they're just so far behind. It's just hard to even be useful at all because you just die so fast. You can't deal enough damage because they're too tanky. There's really not much they can do, and I think this is a situation where you don't go for the rapid fire cannon on Jinx first like some people do, which I think is good in a lot of situations. But here, I think you just... Well, hold on. I think another kill's coming in. Brandon.
Uh-oh. 1v1 with Brandon. Brandon's godlike. He has no fear in his heart going against that Vladimir there, even though everything was popped, including the flash from Oven Johnson. You know, honestly, you know, I never like to bully people in the SFL, but man, seeing a few more deaths that maybe we should see. Again, you know, it's 15-2 right now. A very dominating victory thus far for FreeTyler1, and 7-0 right now on this Corki. Has that Trinity Force and has that BF sword. He's going to be working towards some crit, and if he wasn't scary already, oh boy, is it about to get so much worse for Paragon 5. And not only that, but are we ever going to see him, you know, we're not going to see the Corki die. You know, we do have the Tarek Soda that's going to be alongside him the entire time. We have the great engage coming out from both Choyerim and Yujin's on this combination of the Jarvan and the Gnar. So even if the Cataclysm comes down, they don't even need to be near walls for this Gnar to actually be able to utilize that ultimate. If they manage to get that Jinx and a Cataclysm and Gnar slams it against the Cataclysm wall, you know, there's going to be no saving grace unless he got the Mikhail's Crucible on the Nami to be able to cleanse all that CC off the Jinx, and then hopefully he has Flash after to be able to respect. It's not going to happen. Like, for all that to happen perfectly, even if it does, you're just like, well, those cooldowns are, you know, those are expended. You know, we just got to wait for about another minute and a half and can just do it again, and she's definitely going to die. So right now we see the teleport right now by Vladimir trying to escape Brandon, so going all the way back up to the inner bot lane turret there, and here's Solarica trying to cut off Eugen's with a pillar there, and License's Rider isn't quite going to find that knockup. But right now, you know, we see Paragon 5 are trying to inch their way back into this game, but they can't find anything.
No, I mean, Oven Johnson, I think, yeah, on that top side play, just kind of needed to not use the ultimate, not use Flash, to accept the death here, and yeah, use the TP to escape one time, but then the second time a turret died by Brandon here. Might pay for it, but he's 4 levels up. 4 levels up, Trundle pops his ultimate and kind of just walks away, decides I'm just going to go for the minions, you know, spook Brandon a little bit, didn't manage to pop his Flash, and he decides, that's enough of a victory for me. Meanwhile, the rest of the members of FreeTyler1 are picking up their second dragon of the game, their second Mountain Dragon. Very, very impactful, especially when you have the split push Gnar, and split push Gnar is going against his Silas right now, gets knocked up, and License's Rider slams the Gnar against the wall, but is the Mega Gnar going to come out in time? It does! But that stopwatch is going to buy that Silas just a few seconds, does manage to stun up that Trundle, flashes away, but here's the Nami able to give him that movement speed that he needs to catch up, gets that slow, but he's tanky though, has no damage to complement it. Is Choyerim going to be able to make the great escape on this Mega Gnar? Now the Mini Gnar gets the soul off, but not quite. License's Rider is going to be able to use that flash, finish off that Gnar up in the top lane, well meanwhile Rift Herald is popped in the mid lane. The rest of the members of FreeTyler1 are seeing if they can see. Cherik ultimate is popped, and the rest of the members of Paragon 5 are running. A package just come out from Corkin. Look how deep he's going to the backline. There goes McTrump on this Jinx. There goes Vladimir. Brandon is legendary. 18-3 right now. FreeTyler1. They had a bit of a long game for that first game, but 19 minutes. They are finishing this off in fashion. Crescendo does land a double Tarek stun as well, and Brandon is legendary, but 1,000 gold down. He does go over to License's Rider. Sono ult is stolen though, so very low, but can he land the Crescendo? He could get a good combination off if he's able to find it. No man on the Sona, he's trying to get his team to safety, and Method looking pretty low on his own, and Eugen's with that more tanky build on this Jarvan. I don't think the Tiamat is the most useful expenditure of gold here, but look at this 10k gold lead in the side of FreeTyler1 right now. That's got to feel so good.
Yeah, this is a pretty dominant lead. A second Mountain here as well, so they should be able to take the Baron as soon as it spawns here. The Corki already looking, you know, to get that Zeal item here. He's way ahead of where he should be. The one good news that I could give to Paragon 5 right now is that there's just no armor. Like, you look at FreeTyler1, they have no armor right now. And McTrump, he's going to get the second Zeal, or get the Seal item completed in a moment here, his second completed item. So maybe he can have a big team fight if, you know, if License's Rider steals, you know, Sona ultimate or Gnar ultimate and makes a big CC combo play, and then, or they steal Tarek ultimate and are able to just get their damage off. Like, maybe, you know what I mean? Like, maybe there's a fight that you can find here. And considering they have no armor and just a little bit of health, maybe McTrump can have a big fight. But yeah, this is looking pretty bad right now for Paragon 5. Good news, though, they're up 1 game right now. This is just evening up the series here. We got a long way to go.
Yeah, for those that have seen the, I guess I'll show my age a little bit with the movie Dumb and Dumber with Jim Carrey. One of the most famous quotes is him asking, so you're telling me there's a chance? And right now, even though it's a very slim chance, Paragon 5 still do have a chance. You know, you still have this Vladimir, you still have this hyper carry of a Jinx that, you know, it's not quite going to matter with the 10k gold lead and Baron being secure as well. Eugen's doing a good job to smite that away from the potential Nami ultimate that could have stolen that. And here's Choi slamming Evan Johnson against the wall. Level 14, a level 11 Vladimir right now. And look at this Wits End Black Cleaver doing so much damage, but oh no, buddy, you didn't get that last auto off as Vladimir pops the pool there, but we do see 4 members of FreeTyler1 walking out with this Baron. Does try to get the crit off in the Jinx, but doesn't quite find it despite having that Infinity Edge and Zeal. You know, having 35% crit, you know, isn't going to give you that crit all the time, so unfortunately, not going to be able to chunk out McTrump for now, but Brandon's so very strong on this Corki. I'm so very glad to see him, you know, doing this well in this game. And again, it's 21 minutes, and Paragon 5 are really just holding on by their fingernails. See the teleport come out, though. Here is Yujin's big dick Jarvan is going to see if he can actually start a fight if he can. Does have the Cinder Hulk, and he's pretty tanky as well. Has the Flag and Drag available, but Paragon 5 are too scary to be able to contest anything. They're going to let this mid inhib die, and they're walking out with Baron buff, seeing if they can maybe close out this game. We do see a Taric ultimate is stolen. Aqua Prison isn't quite going to land, and they do start to shake a little bit. FreeTyler1 notices that they may be making a mistake. They stick around too long. We still have 2 other lanes to work through with this Baron buff, but they're just going to do an ARAM. They're just going to walk it mid lane. Brandon right now almost acting as this frontline Corki. And they do have Yujins and Choi able to start a fight at any time they want. Baron buff is still available on these minions. Trying to see if they can hit this turret. The 2-man Aqua Prison does land. Here's Evan Johnson on the side, almost able to burst down that Sona, but not quite going to find it. The Phase Rush is giving them that movement speed to be able to dash around. But FreeTyler1, look how much time they're wasting.
Yeah, they are not using his Baron super efficiently. They're not pushing in all the waves to crash at once. Bot lane is taking a while, but it's much safer to be all together here. And with their team comp, they'll eventually get this done.
And here comes the fight we're looking for. 2-man Cataclysm, and the Crescendo does come out, and the Taric ultimate as well, leaving several members of FreeTyler1 invulnerable. And that's going to be a shutdown, taking down that Jarvan. But here is Brandon on the front lines. Manages to get the stun up from the Nami, but McTrump is getting excited. And here's Choi, though, jumping forward. That Wits End Black Cleaver does so much damage, and he's on a double kill. Slams Evan Johnson back, says, get right back here. Gets stunned up by Method. And that's going to be another kill for this Taric. And that's going to be an ace for FreeTyler1. 24-6, finishing off this game, too. And it's not going to be any 3-0 series for Paragon 5 because they need to go back to the drawing board as FreeTyler1 smacked them right back after that game 1.
Well, I don't know if that flash from Troy was very good. Oh no, he's trolling.
He's trolling, but there's 2 members.
Trolling.
Are they going to be able to finish off this game? I'm hoping so, but it's still just a Sona Taric. They're not quite going to find it. The Crescendo comes out and races his rider, and Josh manages to fall. There's 3 members trying to defend the 2 inhibs that are down for Paragon 5, and FreeTyler1 are not done yet.
He's actually griefing. Just report it now. He's actually griefing.
Oh, but here's Brandon with the
Brandon's
package.
With the package.
Is he going to be able to finish it off?
He's going for it.
He's
going for the Nexus.
He's going for it, but he's not going.
Oh!
With the last auto, his last dying breath, Brandon says, get me the fuck out of this game. Manages to finish off that game 2 for FreeTyler1. They're not extending that. They're not going to let that game be turned around. Good heavenly Christ. We finally get to see that game closed out, and FreeTyler1 looking so good that game. And man, that just makes me so much more hype for this series.
It's actually Fiesta out here. I don't know what just happened, but Choi's griefing and Brandon's 1v9. I don't know. But a good game 2 here from FreeTyler1, bouncing back, evening up the series. They are, I mean, that was a dominating performance just out of them. That was crazy.
Look at the solo lane damage coming out from FreeTyler1 this game. 21k on this Corki, as well as nearly 20k from the Gnar, which is pretty significant for your frontline tank that's supposed to be beefy. You know, for him to be doing one of the most damage on the team, absolutely insane. And no surprise here, there's not going to be a lot of damage coming out from FreeTyler1's bot lane, but I'd have to take a guess if we actually look at healing done. You know, it's so insane that, you know, you do have these 2 champions that can bring 13,000 healing to such a short game. You know, the self-mitigated damage coming out from Taric ultimate and all the other things that come out from the FreeTyler1 bot lane. Not only did Paragon 5 fall behind, but they fell behind against a comp where there's really no coming back from.
No, that game was over. Even if Choi didn't troll with his flash, or even if he did rather, and Brandon doesn't get the Nexus there, like that's just a matter of time before that game ends, I think. But Troy did build full split push, so let's not give him too much credit here. Okay.
Yeah. That's fair.
It's not
Yeah,
like
no, that's fair.
He built damage. All right, like
Yeah.
he's meant to do damage.
That's absolutely understandable. And goddamn, was he doing a good amount of it? Because even just from the first early levels of that lane, you know, that Vladimir is getting bullied around so hard. I couldn't, you know, when I see Gnar, I don't like. Yes, it's supposed to be this obnoxious range tank kiting, you know, just all these massive things just combined into one champion. So yeah, it's gonna be a nuisance to deal with just from champion design alone. But I didn't expect him to be anywhere near as dominant as he was that game. So, very good game to by FreeTyler1, and we'll try to get things going into game 3 as soon as we can. So, for those getting excited or just as excited as us, please don't go anywhere because this best of 5 series is just getting started. We'll be right back.
Legends never die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die. They never lose hope when everything's cold and the fighting's near.
It's deep in their bones, they'll run into smoke when the fire is fierce. Oh, pick yourself up, guys.
Legends never die. Legends never
Alrighty. Getting into game 3 here after already 2 exciting games of this best of 5 series. And I don't know, Koas, besides that Hecarim is already being taken off the table, we saw such a dominating performance from things like the Gnar, we saw Brandon's Corki, you know, what do you think was actually the mistake of Paragon 5 that last game? You know, what led them to just be so, you know, almost caught like a deer in headlights that game?
They picked an interesting jungle matchup. The Trundle, I don't know if that was the pick to really get them through there. If they wanted also to pick an aggressive jungler like the Trundle, they should have picked lanes that fared a bit better. Soul lanes that fared a bit better there. The Vladimir, he's a fine laner, but he doesn't really have any pressure early on. He needs points in his abilities before he becomes really effective. You know, he needs a lot to get ready, and same thing with the Sylas. Like, he needs a couple levels because he's a melee champion to really get going. And that was kind of the issue for them there, is they just like didn't really pick around the Trundle. They just kind of picked Trundle without any winning lanes to really, you know, sort of make him work, which I think is their biggest issue. But maybe they can fix that this game.
Absolutely, and we're seeing that for the side of FreeTyler1, we're seeing the Sejuani, so it's not going to be on Solarica this time around, but see, License's Rider is actually going to have the Corki compared to Brandon from last time, so it's actually pretty interesting to see a little bit of a squabble over that pick there for the mid lane. And right now, even though we didn't see such a good game on it last game, we're seeing the Trundle picked yet again. So, you know, I like it a lot more versus the Sejuani pick. You know, last time there really wasn't too much to ult for Trundle to actually be a super useful pick, but I really don't think it was the, you know, lack of champions to ult. It was just, you know, the pressure that he wasn't able to apply on this pick. But right now, though, we're seeing 2 very scary AD carries, that being the Kai'Sa and the Vayne, who's going to be invisible for longer and actually deal this massive amount of shred damage from these 2 marksmen. And right now, we're actually going to see Brandon on Talia. So very interesting that we're actually going to see some of the comfort picks come out from some of these players.
Interesting to see the Vayne here. The pick, I think, is super strong, and like, I really like it here. But it's just sort of interesting to pair it up with the Corki as well. Like, I think they're going for double AD carry pick. It's just interesting composition here. I wonder how they're going to round this out, because they need a frontline right now to sort of help these guys out, because Trundle's nice, but they need a tank up in the top side or in the support role to really make this thing work for them, I think. But on the other side, Talia's picked up as well, so it looks like it's a mid lane Talia and not going to be the Talia Pantheon bot lane, because they've already got the Kai'Sa. So interesting they actually think that's good enough to play just in a solo lane. But now the jungle matchup should be much better for Solarica. The Eugen's going for the Sejuani is really good, because if he goes Aftershock, the Trundle pretty much hard counters that pick.
Yeah, we're seeing the ranged top laner of Kennen being taken away from Oven Johnson, as well as Gongja and both Mephit not going to be able to play Braum this game. And again, as you said, having something like the Vayne is so very strong. There is no other AD carry that reaches such a strong point as Vayne with that Blade of the Ruin King and Guinsoo's Rage Blade Power Spike. And, you know, even though Sejuani is one of the tankiest champions in the game, you can kill her in 4 autos. Like, it's absolutely just disgusting how strong Vayne is and just how very slippery she is with the amount she's actually able to abuse the invisibility coming from her tumble ult. So we'll see if McTrump is actually able to remain elusive and actually be a nuisance in some of these team fights to actually have to be able to take down the very scary threats that FreeTyler1 have right now. And right now, I'm probably going to guess that's a Lux support. Obviously, I don't think, you know, as you said, knowing that we have the Kai'Sa, we're probably not going to see that Pantheon Talia down in the bot lane. And right now, you know, Paragon 5 needed that frontline tank, and, you know, they heard you, buddy. They're ghosting the stream because they picked up that Nautilus, which I think is just such a amazing pick after this most recent patch. You know, got some help for damage, which, again, I don't know why Riot has the obligation to bring tanks back into the meta by just upping their damage. Power creep is just, again, I don't know how they're so oblivious to it when it comes to game design, but that's okay. We see Kled up in the top lane for Oven Johnson, and we'll see what this last pick is for FreeTyler1, but as of right now, you know, I'm not feeling that Renekton pick, but it is actually going to be locked in pretty confidently there for Choi. So I get, you know, if he's confident enough in that matchup, you know, it's going to be a little bit of a bloodbath, and, you know, wouldn't be an SFL game if we didn't remake the match first.
It's an interesting decision, I think, to go with Renekton. Like you talking about, it's kind of an interesting matchup. The Kled Renekton, 2 bruisers there that definitely want to
a fight early on. The Kled, with his ability to dismount and remount, could really help him avoid some dives with Sejuani Renekton as well. We got a crab on the stream now.
You caught me.
I saw that. You can't slip that by me. But like a very interesting composition, I think, from both sides. I like games 1 and 2. I think they were very organized and clear and concise on what they were doing. Right? You know, there was the quirky mid, and then we got a couple beefy guys at the front line. Asona Tarek, the FreeTyler1 was clear, and then in game 1, FreeTyler1 wanted to dive, and Paragon 5 was a bit more team fighty, a little more 5v5 focused, and it was just kind of interesting the way they had very clear strategies. For this game, there's a couple different clashing ideas, I think, in these team comps, where you have the Kled up in the top side, but then you got a Corki and a Vayne and a Trundle and a Nautilus. So you have 4 champions that want to team fight, and I guess the Kled can team fight as well here, and the engage with the charge could be big, but it just kind of they're not committing to all right, we got 3 tanks and 280 carries. It's very interesting. So I think that this can work out very well, right? If the Kled gets rolling, but if he's not doing well or the Renekton's not doing well, that's a big blow to each team, because then they don't really have a champion that can be super useful in the team fights. They're just kind of useless in the side lane and the team fights. So the top lane, I think, can be, if it swings, meaningfully in one direction, can be a very big point in this game.
Something I was just taking a look at when taking a little peek at the chat before this champ select that just started. I believe, as far as I could tell, that Nautilus pick was actually supposed to be a Thresh pick. So that'll be a little bit of an interesting change when it comes to this Paragon 5 lineup. And again, it's really good for setting stuff up. It's so good to be able to, actually make picks happen with the death sentence constantly. You have the utility of the Flay, the box, and all that, amazing stuff, amazing kit that Thresh is. But it's still not this frontline meat shield that you want to see with 2 traditional marksmen. Again, it's something like Vayne. If you give her what she needs, you give her the front line, you give her, the heal, shield, any sort of utility that you can provide to her. Again, as I said, after that 2-item point, she's going to take over the game. There's no question about it. Even if you don't have Licenseless Rider popping off as hard as Brandon was on the Corki, where he was, constantly packaging bot lane, got his Trinity Force super early, constantly valking in the face of people, it still doesn't matter, because again, if you kill the Corki, you have the Vayne to deal with. If you kill the Vayne, you have the Corki to deal with,
Yeah, that is the thing, right? You have 2 really good AD carries that can do a ton of damage, but now you don't really have the front line. If this is a Thresh here, you just lost another frontliner here. The Kled and Trundle can be tanky, but Thresh is not a tank in any way. If you're ahead, sure, you can survive a lot, and Aftershock's like a broken rune, but he's not a tank, right? If the Renekton and Sejuani and Talia are all DPSing him, and then you also got Josh throwing in the autos, he's just not going to survive very long. So I worry about this team composition for Paragon 5. I don't know if this is the one for them to win this game. On the other side, again, I like FreeTyler1's team comp a little bit more again. I liked it in game 2. I think it made a lot of sense. This time they're going for a different route here, but I also like it. I think that Talia with the global plays can help the Renekton. Get him side lane pressure and make roams happen, and there's a lot of playmaking opportunity, and then you have the Kai'Sa scaling and objective pressure. But I think a lot of this composition for FreeTyler1 hinges on the top side of the map with Renekton, because again, if he isn't strong, where is your pressure coming from? Until Kai'Sa gets 3 or 4 items, you don't really have any pressure on the map, and really anything that can actually kill stuff in team fights.
Interestingly enough, it's actually, they did make the correction that it is a Thresh going over to the side of Paragon 5, but the Nautilus is actually on FreeTyler1's side, and I love FreeTyler1's comp, actually. Even though I don't really like the Renekton and the Kled matchup, I don't really like Renekton in its current state, at all. I think Renekton should be left in the dust, in the years and years past that it used to be so good. Many of us, for those that had played back then, remembered that the only top lane viable champions were Renekton and Shyvana for a point, I really think when it comes to all these new champions that top lane has to deal with now, we see Urgot always being a staple pick, Kled is always kept some sort of popularity up in the top lane. I really don't think, even though, Conqueror does help, and, we've even seen some sort of, press the attack gators and stuff like that, but I just don't think it's as good as so many, I think so many things can do Renekton's job just better than what Renekton is. So, But the thing is, despite that though, even though I don't like that matchup in the top lane, I love FreeTyler1's comp. They have such a beefy front line, and both Josh and Brandon have 2 comfort champions. Like, even though we don't see a lot of Talia mid lane anymore, you know, we don't see a lot of Talia solo lane, but Brandon, anytime he has pulled it out, you know, some games he feeds his ass off, you know, that's just Brandon, that's who he is, it's fine. But there are times where this guy, I've watched him 1v1 in the mid lane, actually be able to, you know, pop the W on some of the, not the scorched earth, but, you know, when he actually lays down his E and just 100-0 someone. If he's even just 1 kill ahead and even just has something like a lost chapter, it does so much damage, and especially in team fights later on, if he's actually able to weave Qs in constantly, so much DPS, and I really don't want Paragon 5 to underestimate that, but even though I like FreeTyler1's comp more, I could definitely see how Paragon 5's comp could definitely work and start to take off, but it really relies on they need to not only obtain objective control and a gold lead, but you need to they need to be far enough ahead to where they can just steamroll over FreeTyler1. You know, you got the Kled ultimate, you got the Trundle that's just going to start running at people and try to pillar people off and actually get them sectioned off and take the resistances away from the Sejuani or the Renekton or even the Nautilus at this point. You know, he's got a few targets to actually sap the resistances up from, but I really think if Paragon 5 don't win in the first 10 minutes, FreeTyler1 wins, just straight up by default.
Yeah. The Renekton, I think you're right, could be something else and could be better. Like, I just don't know if that was the answer. But yeah, I think FreeTyler1's composition fares pretty well. If they get the Renekton rolling or later on in the game, like, I think they just... I just like their composition better. Like, I don't know how to say this in like a diplomatic way, but I just like their composition better. The Corki and Vayne can pop off, like it can happen, but they don't really have the front line to do it. Whereas on FreeTyler1's side, they have split push pressure, but they also have 2 tanks as Sejuani and Nihilus, and Renekton, you know, he pops his ultimate. He is pretty tanky, right? So yeah, I just like their composition better here. I favor them, but the Vayne, we all know, like she can pop off. So we'll see if they can do it. The Corki from last game, like if you transplanted Brandon from last game, like that Corki with those stats and those items, I think that this game would be, you know, Paragon 5s, but it's just a matter of whether or not the Corki and Vayne can get to that power level.
It'll be very interesting to see. And Koas, now that we've seen 2 games already on the board, it's a best of 5 series. Who, in your opinion, right now, just from what you've seen already tonight, what you see from this composition, what you think's going to happen in these games forward, who do you think's going to win this series, and what do you want to say the score is going to be?
Well, so coming into this, you know, before the first 2 games, I thought Paragon 5 was going to win, and I thought it would be a 4 or 5 game series. Now, we've made it through 2 games. We're 1-1. I don't think that I'm wrong, but I'm really worried. Because I like the first 2 games out of Paragon 5. FreeTyler1 also played very well, right? You split it 1-1, of course. But this 3rd game, I don't like it at all. I'm going to be honest. I think it's really terrible for Paragon 5. This is not what I want to see from them. This is not the competition I want from them at all. I'm going to stick with my prediction and say Paragon 5 is going to take it in 5. But
really,
I'm worried. I'm very worried about this game. This is not what I want to see them play, to be honest.
That's absolutely understandable, because like I said, for the composition that they pick, they need, like, not only do you need to get a lead, you need to play perfectly. And when you have so many things that are so very predictable, like when you got the Corki package, you hear it coming. You know, it's not a surprise, like, oh my god, I can't believe Corki's in my lane. Like, no, if you have a brain and you don't have the attention span of like a squirrel that just forgets something in about 2 seconds, you shouldn't get caught out by this Corki. And not only that, but it's the same thing as Kled. You know, like, it's so very, like, their composition is able to be telegraphed. And if they're able to not only disengage, and I think FreeTyler1 has the tools to do so with both the Sejuani and the Nautilus, I think they might be able to get away with, you know, if anything does start to, you know, happen to their backline, they can not only prevent it, but it's just, in general, I think it's just so much easier for FreeTyler1 to be able to pull off their composition compared to the composition of Paragon 5. Like, that's really all I have to say. Not to say that it's just a lost game from Champs, like, not anything like that at all, but, you know, there is a difference, and I think my client's actually bugged, because I'm not seeing champions.
Oh, that would be bad.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to restart this, because I cannot see anything. So let's see how much trouble this actually ends up getting me here. I'll try to because I just straight up just didn't have champions there, so that was a little bit annoying.
Yeah, we were like 20 seconds in. I don't know what that was, but we're talking about predictions here. I think Paragon 5's gonna win in 5 here. I think this game is a loss, though. If we're gonna talk about this singular game here, I think Paragon 5 loses this one. Like I said, in game 2, I think their composition is just not as good. And it panned out that time where FreeTyler1 just kind of steamrolled them. This Trundle pick, they went back to it. I don't think Trundle pick is bad, and I think this is actually a much better matchup, honestly. I don't know how they got this matchup, but they got a much better matchup in this game than they did last game. Because the Sejuani, like the whole reason Trundle came into meta in the first time he did was because he was great at just destroying tanks. Like he can just murder tanks, and with his ultimate, again, this Sejuani's got an Aftershock. You get negative resistance off that. Mephite on the Nautilus, he's got Aftershock. You get negative resistance on that if you get ulted here. And in the early game, I think you should have an advantage here on Solarica. And this time, he's actually got even lanes. Like, I don't even know if he has a winning lane, but he's got even lanes at least. The Corki can match the shove early on. And, well, a little bit of cheese bot lane here, but nothing too crazy to start.
A little bit of poke goes down, but here's the level 2 gank from Yujin's already, but not quite going to find the Kled, even though, it's good to try to find that early pressure, but Oven Johnson not quite going to fall for it this time. We do see Solarica is also on the top side of the map. The Nautilus hook is found, though. Mephit is actually getting flayed backwards, and here's McTrump being able to tumble forward, get a good amount of damage with that press the attack off on that Vayne. Again, even though it's level 1, it's so very bothersome to see, this late game AD carry such as the Vayne, something that's supposed to be this tank shredder that, infinitely scales once you get to the late game. Once you get 6 items, you're just an unkillable force. Not really anymore. With the runes that you're able to benefit off of, with the inspiration, the secondary tree to be able to get those biscuits, and up in the top lane already, Oven Johnson getting this Renekton very, very low. Both of them are able to proc their Conqueror, but both the Kled and the Renekton, popping their potions, both having those Dorn's Blade starts as well, so very aggressive there, and not having the mount for Kled right now could be anyone's fight here. They both have teleport, so there's no kill pressure of that Ignite that we've sometimes seen in these solo lanes more often than not. So again, it's so, like, we've seen a bloodbath up in this top lane for most of the series, and speaking of bloodbath, here's Choi Yurin flashing forward in that slice and dice, but Oven Johnson staying a little bit of a distance away, but here's Solarica, does have the Trundle filler, and let's see if he finds it, cuts him off, and he's back on that mount, he's back up in the game, gets that first blood on that Kled, thanks to the help of Solarica, and now, it's, as we've seen up in this top side for like the entire series, it's either Choi's getting fed or Johnson's getting fed. It's kind of like this back and forth.
It's been, and whoever gets fed usually wins, right? Game 1 went to Oven Johnson. Game 2 went to Choi. And, well, I don't know if that's going to be indicative here in Game 3, but it has been a good indicator of who's going to win at least the early game and, well, eventually the game.
We see a teleport is popped by Oven Johnson there, already going very aggressive. Choi not having the slice and dice to be able to get out of that one, having just used it, so do you see the double Dorn's Blade is actually bought there by Oven Johnson, so a little bit of an interesting investment, as well as the longsword, so we'll see what he starts to go for, if it is going to be that, that standard Titanic Hydra build that we see so very often. I want to see what the Renekton build goes for as well. I want to see, hopefully, if if you are going to pick Renekton right now, you still need to get that Spear of Shojin. Like, that's the only thing that's going to make you viable this day and age, is, being able to cap on items that give you so much CDR, and not only that, popping that ultimate, being able to slice and dice all the time, being able to proc that W, but a Death Sentence does land on the Josh, resulting in him having to flash away, and he's trying to fight it out there. The Flash Ignite does land from Gongcha. McTrump slays Josh, but Josh slays McTrump, so a little bit of a back and forth there down in the bot lane. Both AD carries are getting pretty hyphy with their supports, and now it's just 2 wet noodles there just to sit there and soak up some XP while their carries are dead for the count for now, but teleport does come out from, or not licenseless. It is licenseless. Okay, the spectator client is just so very buggy to me. But right now, as I said, the wet noodle fight down the bot lane. Death Sentence does land on the Nautilus, and Thresh says to come back here. Doesn't get the flay off to truly commit to that engage there, but they are going back and forth, and supports are players too, having a little bit of their own fun.
Very interesting 2v2 fight there in the bot lane. The AD carries both get the kills and both die, so an interesting little trade there, but a great flash from Josh saved his life, at least for a moment, right? The Condemn would have put him in the wall and made sure that he died before he would be able to get the trade kill on him at Trump, but that flash was key, allowed them to actually trade evenly there, and nice attempt, but in the end, just a trade coming through. But getting these AD carries, if they both get fed, like it's kind of an interesting situation. Last game or game 1, you had a situation where both AD carries are fed as well, and they both had opportunities where they were able to, make big plays in team fights. We'll see if that happens again here, because both these guys have a ton of mobility in these later game team fights. And we might see them diving each other in the back lines and see where that takes us, because they both are very mobile once they get a few items together and get their ultimates.
Absolutely, and otherwise it's a little bit of a stalemate for now. We've got about 6 minutes into the game. There's 2 kills on the side of Paragon 5, so they do have a little bit of a gold lead, about 1k, but Brandon going back and forth with licenses here, not going to find the knockup, but here's Eugen's and Solarica going back and forth. There's just individual battles going everywhere on the map. We do see the Trundle is stunned up, and Brandon chunking out licenses very low. It's going to force Corki to definitely have to recall there, and it's going to be a free push for him to be able to push that wave under tower, and got some bot lane priority for the Vayne Thresh right now as well.
The bot lane priority could be big as well. It is a Mountain Dragon early on, and they've established vision across this bottom side river here. 2 control wards already placed down, 3 if you count the one in the tri-brush. So Paragon 5 doing their due diligence to try and get this dragon early on, which they've done a very good job of. Honestly, they've had bot control, and even in the losing game in game 2, they were very good about controlling the bot side river there with vision and picking up the dragons early on. Game 1, they were fantastic about it. Game 2, they only got the one early on, but by the time the second one spawned, the game was kind of over, so you can't really blame them for losing that one.
It's so weird to me that, especially in some sort of competitive environment where teams do understand how impactful these elemental dragons are, even if it is something like the Air of the Ocean that maybe isn't the most highly valued, except for, the Ocean early on just helps so much with the sustain in lane, we're still not seeing a lot of jungle we see right now both junglers are on the top side of the map. There's nobody near dragon. There's hardly any vision on it. We see a couple control wards there from both of the mid laners up in the top side, or excuse me, the bottom side of the river there. But really, we're not seeing, any sort of pushes for turret platings. We're not seeing any sort of, dragon control. It's really, we're seeing it later on, once it gets to that 10, 12, 14 minute points. Yeah, we're starting to see, a little bit of grouping going on, but I think it could happen so much earlier. And when you do get those things early, it just leads to that ever so slight snowball that just builds up, and having that Earth Dragon can make the difference whether or not you get, an extra plate on a certain siege, maybe the Ocean Dragon, again, that little bit that you were able to sustain, helps you survive a fight, and Brandon having to flash away there, it's going to be met with the flash of Solaricas as well. Taking a few too many turret shots, going to have to opt out of that one. Method landing the hook on the Thresh there, but he does get condemned against the wall. Not quite going to find anything. Death Sentence doesn't land either. Gongsha trying to see if he can get that Nautilus under the tower, but not quite going to find anything. Again, all over the map, whether it's top, mid, or bottom, there's constantly all these players are trying to find their way to see if they can get a victory, get this snowball going, and they want to be the reason their team wins.
After that, a ton of action in the top side for the first few minutes, really not much has happened. Both waiting for, the team has to come through here. Already the Ninja purchase for Oven Johnson. So both sides, being a bit more respectful now. As we get an invade here by Eugen Slarka, very low.
little too low, kind of fatally low, kind of no health. We do see a fight up down in the bot lane, 2v2, and Gongcha having that Ignite taken down on him. Is it going to be enough? It is indeed. Method picking up the kill on a Gongcha there. Even though Josh doesn't pick up a kill of his own, it does not matter. Having Sejuani on the bot side is going to give him some opportunities to pick up some turret plays, but here's Corki, maybe sniffing out that something might be happening. He does have the package available, gets stunned up by Sejuani, having to use that package to get out of there, but there's Josh with the killer instinct, isn't going to find it, but hook does land from Method, and you manage to get McTrump stunned up, and he's so very low, the Kaiser W did hit. And all it's going to take is one auto, doesn't have his heal available, and there's Josh picking up the kill on McTrump, and Choi falling to Oven Johnson up in the top lane, almost didn't find that didn't even see that solo kill, but one turret shot's too many does result in Oven Johnson not only getting the kill, but the remount as well. So 3-4 right now, and it's a little bit of a fiesta.
No, but if this Kled can get out of control, if he can start making plays with charge around the map, he's got TP as well, that could sort of right the ship now for Paragon 5, because he does have I don't know if I call it dominating lead yet, but he's got a significant lead up in the top side. So this could be big for them. If the Kled is able to help out the rest of the map, because right now, bot lane not going great. A couple deaths coming in. That last trade was not great, as well as the jungle solo kill there for Eugens.
As I thought, I didn't expect this Renekton to be doing too well at all, and as we said with this Paragon 5 comp, if they are going to win, they need to do it early. And right now, 10 minutes into the game, that Kled is 2-0. So if he's actually able to utilize that charge and get some team fights going with this Trundle, again, they are able to deal with the very tanky Sejuani, not just through the Trundle ultimate, but with having that Vayne working towards that Bork still. Not quite having the goal that he needs, being 1-2 right now, but Josh was able to finish off his Stormrazor in the bot lane. Death sentence was landed, but they're not quite going to go for anything. And I think for the next 2 minutes or so, we're going to see a little bit of a stalemate again until something happens. Maybe a Rift Herald, maybe that Mountain Dragon that's just still sitting there, ever so, just it's chilling. Nobody's really looking at it. Again, there's really no vision, but again, I want to see these teams not just go for kills, but they need to start making something happen with these plays that they're making.
Looking for one up in the top side here, but both junglers here.
It's going to be a 2v2. Sejuani doesn't quite land. Whether that was intentional or not does not matter, but that's actually going to be a shutdown over to Choi. Does get the Triumph proc as well, and Solarica is all by himself. Brandon is here as well, but here's License's Rider trying to help out his boy. Not quite going to find that knock-up, but that Cork is doing a lot of damage, though. There are 3 members of FreeTyler1 that are so very low, but they're looking to fight. License is looking to fight, too. Solarica just laying down that ground, but not able to do anything with it. There's a 2v2 down the bot lane. Not also does come out. That's going to result in McTrump getting knocked up there, and there's the Flay to be able to prevent Josh from doing that much damage. There's the Killer Instinct to get on the other side of that Vayne. He's going to be on a killing spree, and that's going to be a double kill for that Vayne down to the bot side. And even though they don't find anything more on the top side, does not matter. 7-3 right now in favor of FreeTyler1. Brandon getting so very low, popping that heal. Maybe Licensed Rider didn't expect that little bit of sustain. Here's Solarica yet again, a very good pillar. And then we're not going to be able to build that wall today, Brandon. Here comes Charge. Kled is able to get Troyer in there, taking up that turn, and he's able to find that. And Eugens is all alone. He's going to fall to License's Rider, and that is going to be from what was just 7-3, 6-7.
Well, a nice swing back there. TP in, a re-engage, and Paragon 5 found themselves in a much better situation on the top side of the map. Unfortunately, though, on the bottom side of the map, another 2v2 win here for Josh and Mephi. The FreeTyler1 are actually dominating this bot lane right now. They have 4 kills on the Kai'Sa. Mephi took one for himself, but still 4 kills on a Kai'Sa. Stormrazor early on. She's going to go back here. Got 1,500, almost 1,700 gold now, actually, on the Kai'Sa here. So she is significantly ahead, 20 CS as well as those kills. So things looking great on the bot side of the map here. Top side, Evan Johnson's strong right now, but if he can't kill the Kai'Sa, Paragon 5 is just going to lose the team fight. So that's got to be the priority when they dive into the backline, is find that Kai'Sa and kill her. But Evan Johnson, he's a Kled player. I think he can do that.
Yeah, he's definitely showing some comfort on this pick right now, bullying around Choi and maintaining a good CS lead. And we do see that the Rift Herald is secured for the side of Paragon 5, though, a good neutral objective to pick up, especially if they can get it before that turret plating goes down. Only having a less than 30-second window, so I can't imagine with Trundle having taken it and going towards his blue, that they're going to be able to utilize that. And again, it's so much wasted gold. Like, 4 turret platings, if you're able to take that out with that Rift Herald, even if it's the 2 people and you're having to split the plates for 80 each, you still get all that plate money, you get the first blood tower gold, and you apply all that pressure, and now, yeah, you still get a turret with it. Yeah, that's cool. It's fine, or whatever. It's still better for you to have it than the enemy team, but these teams just aren't utilizing the leads that they're picking up, and it's so very painful. And alternatively, one of the things I wanted to mention is FreeTyler1 does go for the the first Mountain Dragon. Good God, they're finally going at it at 14 minutes, like I was mentioning. But a little bit of a build difference. We do see the Kai'Sa going Stormrazor as opposed to the Infinity as we saw last game, and here's Troy Rim 1v2 trying to find Solarica, tanking up those turret shots, and oh my god, he is doing a good job to stand his ground there, only having that Tiamat and Ninja Top. He does manage to keep him safe enough from that dive. And meanwhile, on the other side of the map, because he survived, that allows Josh to get that first blood turret gold.
I think another mistake there. I think they should have just had Solarica, stand safely back, but summon that Rift Herald and then just run into the turret with it. Just hit the turret, take the first turret gold, instead of forcing that dive, because they knew Choi had ultimate. He's got flash. I don't think you ever kill him there, even when you can juggle aggro with Evan Johnson dismounting. And they didn't even do it correctly, because you're supposed to put aggro on Evan Johnson first, so that way you can disengage the aggro and then reacquire it onto the other target. Solarica there, but that time they just... it was a poorly executed dive, and they should have not even dove in the first place, I think, and just put down the Rift Herald, got in the first turret gold, denied that from Kai'Sa, and picked it up for yourselves there. But this time, they're not successful in the dive. They're forced back off. They haven't used the Rift Herald yet. Not the situation I think Paragon 5 wanted at the end of that.
Now, call me out if I'm dick riding, because I don't want to do it too much here, but Josh and Mephit down in this bot lane with this Kai'Sa Nautilus combination have been very dominant, actually. I hate the fact that Paragon 5 picked Vayne Thresh, because I think it's one, like, Vayne is a great pick. Thresh is a great pick. Together, I hate it. Like, honest to God, I hate that combination. I think it's two different champions looking to do two different things, at least early on. And again, having that pick potential of the Thresh later on is fantastic. You know, you have that 40% CDR. It's, you know, you're able to throw out death sentences every 3 seconds if you hit the first one. You know, it's absolutely insane to have that type of utility, but it's just not something you want to pair with this Vayne. And this Kai'Sa Nautilus combo, again, we see that the Stormrazor is finished off, working towards that Guinsoo's Rage Blade now, so he doesn't have that Infinity Edge. But again, he's so very strong with this press the attack right now on this Kai'Sa. Here's Evan Johnson looking for a kill on a Choi Rim. It's looking like it's going to be a little bit of a 2v2. They're not going to dive their Renekton again. They learned their lesson the first time, but double knockup from Brandon. Very good job there to avoid that. I don't think he needed to burn that heal whatsoever or the flash, but here's Choi Rim, slice and dice. Down goes Solarica, and Evan Johnson trying to fight his way out. It's not going to be enough. Double kill for Choi right now. Even though he didn't have the hottest game in the beginning, he's starting to pick up these kills, starting to work towards that Black Cleaver, eventually working towards that Titanic Hydra, and then eventually that Spear of Shojin. Maybe this Gator is going to be a little bit more useful than we first anticipated.
He's picked up the 3rd kill now. He is getting to that point where he's strong. The early game certainly went in Evan Johnson's favor, but these last couple of minutes have been all Choi, and he's already working on the inner turret in the bot lane here. Paragon 5 lost the turret in the top side as well here. They still haven't gotten a turret of their own, and Reft Herald's still sitting in the inventory here at Solarica and should expire soon. Yeah, Paragon 5 not executed the mid game the way they wanted to or the way they needed to, and they're about to lose the mid lane turret as well.
We do see Rift Herald was popped in the mid lane with, you know, probably only having a few seconds left on that cooldown. Don't want it to just expire and be absolutely useless, but here comes the Kled charge, maybe starting up a fight. The Trundle Pillar isn't quite going to section off anyone they were looking to, but they do have the minions now. They are just walking up to this turret, see if they can open up the base a little bit with this mid-outer turret. Rift Herald does slam, and it does give him the opportunity to start hitting that turret, but Kongchan is going to have to flash away. Mephit does ult and get the the fight started. Nautilus, but so much damage coming out from that Corki. You saw the rocket just exploding to the 5 members of FreeTyler1. That's going to be so much damage coming out from Licenseless. It results in a kill. That's going to be a double kill for the Corki, and maybe even a triple. That is going to be a triple kill for Paragon 5. Corki right now, 4-0 right now, having that Trinity Force finish. The 10-stack Dark Seal as well, as they walk up to this mid lane inner turret.
Well, that was the power spike they fought off, and that was huge. And another big hook.
Ooh, that is going to be an unofficial quadra kill for Licensed Rider. Very good death sentence does land from Gongchen. Even though I wanted to say that FreeTyler1 maybe had more momentum in this game than again, the fact that Josh was ahead, I'm like, oh boy, Kai's getting fed. He's going to be able to get in there. He's ahead of the Vayne right now. We don't have to worry about the Guinsoo's Vayne just hitting just yet. And they were able to just smack 2 turrets out away from FreeTyler1 like it was absolutely nothing. And the gold is just about dead even right now.
Well, they fought off the power spike, right? The Corki had the Triforce, the McTrump had the Blade of the Ruined King. So the fact that Josh is a little bit ahead didn't really matter because his items were only like, he had like a recurve bow and a pickaxe. That was his advantage, which is, it's an advantage, but it's not humongous. He didn't finish the Rage Blade before that fight started. Brandon had used both his summer spells earlier on in that bot side play. Well, while they did, get the 2 kills, those summer spells were crucial in that fight. Was not able to contribute the way he needed to, and then died underneath the inner turret as well. So just a few things that set up for Paragon 5 to win that one. We'll see if they are smart enough not to face check this bush here. Good check.
Gongcha has the idea that they might be setting up for something a little cheesy, and FreeTyler1 are going to have to back out. Now, getting chunked out by that Corki is doing so much damage already. We do see at the point that he was hitting, that Brandon was hitting in that game before, that Trinity Force and BF spike. So very powerful. As the package available as well, maybe might get a fight started here, knowing that the members of FreeTyler1 are in the mid lane. They do have the Kled Ultimate available. They have the Trundle. They have everything they need to start a fight. Is something going to happen? Here's Licenseless trying to roll up on him, but nothing quite happening. We do see the rest of the members. They're seeing if they can get some vision around Baron and maybe make something happen there as it's about to spawn.
This is not. They have an Ocean and continue to hold on. They're not waiting. They're charging.
They're charging in. Here's Evan Johnson all the way on the back line. Almost gets Choi Rin. The Rectangle is popped and does leave him to stay just enough alive. And Corki wasn't able to get the damage off onto that Gator that they needed, but that's definitely a victory. You scared the living bejesus out of FreeTyler1 there, and Now you get to all recall. You get to reset a little bit. And again, this 5-0 Corki right now, not sitting on a lot of gold, only about 800. But he is slowly working towards these items to become a powerhouse. And guess who also is? Vayne, sitting on that recurve boat right now. Still a lot of gold needed to finish off that Guinsos, but it's a ticking time bomb that FreeTyler1 really need to be conscious of.
They do have to be worried about this Vayne eventually getting super strong. Kai'Sa's strong as well in the late game, but she doesn't have that same kind of spike that Vayne does when she gets her items together, that she just like turns into an entirely different champion when she gets those items. And unstoppable is a word I'd use to describe her when she acquires those items, assuming she's not way behind. But this game, she's not far enough behind for the power spike not to matter. She is still competitive, and I think when she gets the Rage Blade, that is the time when they should look to go on and fight. Right now, they've got an Ocean Dragon for Paragon 5. FreeTyler1 have the Mountain. Oh, no.
Licenseless, he can't be eating the Sejuani ultimate, buddy. There's the killer instinct from Josh to get that shutdown off on a Corki, and that's what FreeTyler1 wanted to see. Again, 10-10 right now. The kills are just about even, but with one of your main carries on the ground right now, and Baron's available, that is just an open opportunity for FreeTyler1. I can't imagine there's going to be any way that Paragon 5 respond to this, besides the fact that they're taking it so very slowly. We do see Brandon building the wall there to cut off all the Paragon 5 members, but here's Mephic getting caught out on the side a little bit. They do manage to secure that Baron. Solarica isn't able to find the pick off onto that Baron, but he does get the Sejuani ult, or excuse me, the ult off on a Sejuani. Here's Vayne on the side though. McTrump seeing if he can pick off Brandon. Brandon is all alone to this Vayne. Eugen's trying to respond. He does manage to get that kill. Josh is falling though, and this Trundle is so very tanky, so hard to deal with this press the attack. Gets the slow up on a Mephic, and McTrump is not too far behind. Trundle is able to slow with one more pillar, and that's going to be McTrump on a killing spree. And guess what? Recurve bow, pickaxe, 1100 gold, 100 more gold, and he's going to have that Guinsos Rage Blade. So he's walking up to that top side, going to finish off that last wave, maybe even get some of that damage off on that top lane outer turret. And guess what? 22 minutes in, almost 23, Vayne is about to turn on.
This is a big one team fight here. They lose the Baron, which is big, right? Choi's going to be able to put the Baron buff on these minions, keep this turret nice and healthy. But a big one team fight, a second one for Paragon 5. Now they've got their 280 carries online. And once you do, the Zeke's Convergence for Solarica and the Cinderhulk, he's actually very tanky. The Thresh, not tanky at all. He's gone for Redemption first. But Kled, because he got ahead early game, he's got a bit more health than you would expect at this stage here. So they have a front line, kinda. But with the mobility of Vayne and the range of Licensed Rider, I think they can still function very well in the team fight. And you saw them last time that Kled charged in there in the mid lane. Well, actually, that was Shelly that started that one off. And they won that fight. Now they won that one around the Baron. Like, they can definitely win the 5v5 here. The Kai'Sa, Josh isn't doing enough damage right now. He's just not quite performing the way they need him to in the team fights. Neither is Brandon. If FreeTyler1 is going to win these 5v5s, they've got to perform better, with their carries here. Because the engage has been fine, but they need to follow up better.
Here's Eugen's getting caught out. Death Sentence does land. We see the Lantern actually bringing McTrump in. We are going to see the Vayne ult popped, and there's McTrump on a rampage, charging in with the Kled. It's going to get Mephic as well. Drags him back. We do see a good knockup from Brandon, but Q backwards isn't going to result in him doing any damage, and the tumble into the wall isn't quite going to get him in range to finish off Brandon. But that Talia is all alone right now. The Renekton is very far up, and guess what? You've got a lot of members to deal with, buddy. You have that empowered recall, but are you going to be able to get it off? It's looking a little bleak. Does pop the ultimate, gets condemned against the wall. Good crit off into Brandon. Is going to scare him a little bit. Gongcha isn't going to get in range for any sort of Death Sentence and Flay setup. So that's going to result in Paragon 5 picking up that bot lane outer turret and picking up these neutral objectives. Dragon is spawning. They're going to pick that up almost uncontested. And that's a Mountain Dragon. That's definitely something they want. And now we see Infinity Edge just finished on Corki and base. We do see the Guinsos Rage Blade finished on the Vayne. Even though this Kai'Sa is so very strong, Josh doing a good job to remain at the 6-3 score. Does have the Stormrazor, Guinsos, and the Runons, but it's the team play that's coming up from Paragon 5 that's winning them this game.
Fantastic engage there. Good hook. They baited the vision very well. Gongcha with the hook finds the pick. They need it. And then the charge comes in from Oven Johnson, finds a second one. Big win for them here. They even up the turrets there on the bottom side, which should even out the pressure there and make sure that they're not losing that side lane here. And this Baron buff has been pretty meaningless, right, for Oh no, not again, licenseless!
Licenseless has his package to be able to escape. A little bit of an oopsie button does get him out of there, but that could have been messy. You know, Yu Jins did have his ultimate available, decided to hold on to it, knowing that he was able to package away, but definitely could have been a bad situation. Maybe even a bad situation for FreeTyler1. Method trying to get out of here, but he's going to have to ult away. Does get caught up by the Trundle Pillar, and that's going to be a condemn to the wall. That's going to be McTrump being unstoppable right now in this Guinso's vein, and FreeTyler1 looking a little shaky. They're being in spots that they don't need to be in, and right now, it's definitely showing with this kill lead that Paragon 5 has picked up, and it looks like 5 of the members are going to start walking down mid lane.
You're right. They can group up now. I think their 5v5 is significantly better at this stage. They just haven't won a 5v5 yet right now for FreeTyler1. Paragon 5 has done a much better job in those team fights, which I honestly didn't expect. I mean, but could you imagine if they had Nautilus on Ganja right now? Like, their 5v5 would be unstoppable. So that's the one saving grace, is you have a bit tankier team, but oh, they're going in.
Gongcha, doesn't matter if he's on Nautilus or Thresh, he's landing those hooks. McTrump is all the way in the front line trying to take on Josh. What are you doing? That's going to be a shutdown for Josh and no AD carry, even though Gongcha's landing another death sentence. It may still result in a win for Paragon 5. So much damage is coming out from Licenseless, and even Oven Johnson doing so much damage on this Kled right now, and looks like they're going to get an inhib uncontested there. McTrump trying to be the hero. You know, a little bit of vein spotting there. You know, you're all the way. You don't want to be in front of your Trundle buddy. You're supposed to be behind them. But it does not matter for Paragon 5. They still have 4 of their members, and they're actually looking for the end here. Pillar does knock Josh away, and
they have the mountain, and they're healing up off Ocean.
This is going to be game for them. We do see Method does bring out the Trundle. We see the Killer Instinct actually almost picks off Corky. He's actually going to vow for it. That's going to be another shutdown for him, and Josh trying to save the game does get the double kill.
Oh,
and they're actually going to be able to save the game with that quadra kill coming from Josh there. Paragon 5 getting greedy, saying, we can take this end, we can get back into this game, and oh god, all they had to do was walk away.
Well, I think you need to tell that to McTrump, because he made a fatal mistake there going too deep. If he survived that fight, right?
Oh, the game was over.
If he survived that, the game was over.
Yeah, they
but
won.
He went too deep. He played that first part of the team fight fantastically. He played that about as well as you can. Then the second half of the team fight, he just kind of lost his brain somewhere, and it was truly a vein spotting moment. And now they're gonna lose the mid inner, the Baron spawning soon. So the super minions aren't quite as powerful as they should be, because you have eliminated all the turrets here in the mid lane, so you're not gonna have clear priority to this Baron, and you have the Scuttle Crab and Vision priority now. So what should have been an easy win for Paragon 5 turns on their head a little bit here, but they haven't lost a 5-5 till now, and Gongsha has been hitting the hooks he's needed to. They fought the team fight brilliantly. Hope they can do it again, because it'd be a shame to throw this game away after they should have ended it just a few minutes ago.
Oh, good God. If FreeTyler1 ended up winning this game after being so close for Paragon 5 finishing it off, I know who's getting VM'd after. I know a certain player on Paragon 5. This ends up being a loss. Someone's going to get bitched out. I don't want to name names, but as you said, you know, like, I know what it is. It's like, you know, it's kind of hard to speculate, you know, hindsight is 2020, looking from the outside of the game compared to, you know, being inside the game and actually playing it as one of the players. 2 totally different environments, but in this game where you have 2 notoriously known AD carries, such as Josh and McTrump's sweating. And especially when a lot of people are saying, like, oh, dude, Josh is the better AD carry compared to McTrump or whatever. McTrump's like, you know, I'm going to show these people that I'm the better AD carry. I'm going to get in there. I'm going to be the solo carry. I'm going to win this game. And I think that's why he went so far forward, because we saw when he was all the way in front of his entire team, who is he going for? He was going for Kai'Sa. He was going for Josh there, and Josh kind of just turns at him, and not only does he have the Nautilus and the Sejuani next to him, but you kind of saw him sitting there like, what the hell do you think you're doing, kid? So able to pop it, and not only that, but when they're trying to finish off the game with the 4 remaining members, Josh is able to get a quadra kill, but here's how powerful Mountain Dragon and Guinso's Rageblade Vayne is against Baron. Yujin's manages to steal it! FreeTyler1 pick up the Baron! Oh, that was so smooth, Yujins, you sly dog!
He was down a level 2. He leveled up off the Baron. Yujin's was 13, Solarica was 14, and he wins the smite fight there. I mean, that is huge. That keeps them alive again.
Oh,
this game would have been over if Baron went over.
That was so nasty, and if I'm Paragon 5 right now, I'm tilted out of my fucking mind. You know, find me all you want. I would be so done with this game right now. Not only is my AD carry walking to the front line, or excuse me, all the way to the back line of FreeTyler1, but, you know, they were shredding that Baron. Like, we saw 2 Mountain Dragons into Guinso's Rageblade Vayne. Yeah, it just absolutely melts that Baron, no doubt about it. But Yujin's smooth criminal, just able to go over that wall, flash over, smite Q's away. That was so sick. Like, if SFL had highlights, oh god, that's up there. That was so good.
I mean, but that literally does keep his team alive in this game. It's not just a Baron steal that's going to be meaningless. It actually gives them a shot here. Maybe Paragon 5 certainly can still win this one. But, you know, there's two moments now we got to look back on that have defined this game. I mean, certainly many things happened in the early game, right, that brought us to this situation. But the fact that, you know, we had a potential end, the Paragon 5 not quite able to do it. The Nexus is open, but they don't have the damage. A big quadra kill from Josh. Then you look back and you say, this steal from Eugens keeps them alive as well here. Paragon 5 are still on the map. They're still in control of this game, but they're not pressuring like they need to. They've got no one pushing sideways here. They're just 5 here and walking down mid lane. They're trying to end, but...
They're trying to end. You have 2 TPs. You have 2 teleports.
Yeah,
like,
they need to send someone bot and top to push these waves in, because bottom is actually pushing against them currently. So they need to push that out. Then they could have leveraged those supers much better than they did. I think this is another macro mistake, I think, from Paragon 5 right now. They're going to be able to steal away a few jungle camps here, sure, but they need to go push these waves in so they can get pressure. They can't suicide on the Nexus. I mean, maybe they can with charge, but now the Inim's respawning, your window has passed. So they're back to where they were.
Right now, the mid inhib has respawned, and if they lose a fight right now, FreeTyler1 has the minion advantage in the side lane. Here's Mephit trying to start off the fight, and that Kled is going to charge in the back line. Brandon being able to do a good job getting that Kled off him, knocking him away, but Mephit getting very low. Josh, though, getting untouched. He's on this Kai'Sa. Another death sentence does land there, but McTrump does able to slay the 2 tanky members of FreeTyler1, and there's Josh going in with that killer instinct, but not going to be able to find anything. Brandon is the last one alive of FreeTyler1, and even though it looked like it had a chance, there's no chance anymore. There's a numbers advantage on the side of Paragon 5, chomping away at Brandon there, does manage to get more damage off, gets the Q, another death sentence does land. Gongcha, can you miss a hook? Does manage to finish off the game, and that is going to be the 3rd game going over to Paragon 5, and oh man, that was way spicier than it needed to be.
Yeah, that was just a situation where Paragon 5 are just too strong in the 5-5, and their teamfight execution was fantastic in that game, but they made so many mistakes, and FreeTyler1 just was not able to punish them. The Vayne got too strong, the Corki got too strong, and they just weren't able to win the 5-5s, and Paragon 5 knew that. They just could lock down and take it. But quite honestly, I don't know if Paragon 5 should have won that game.
They shouldn't have won that game.
I
don't want to shit talk people. They deserve to lose that game. Like, macro play after macro play, it's like, dude, what the hell are these headless chickens doing? They actually have no idea. Like, especially when, you know, the enemy team is Baron buff, right? You have the enemy mid inhib is down, but it's about to respawn. Yeah, I get it. You know, you want to eventually go to the mid lane and pick up that inhib again. You have 2 teleports, and you're not pushing either side lane, like, even a little bit, even getting a slower fast, but, like, yeah, you don't have to walk the lane all the way up to the turret and then teleport into your team. You don't even need to do that. Dude, there's wave management techniques. There's things you can use to utilize and put yourself in a better position to where, oh, maybe you don't win that next team fight, at least the waves aren't crashing into your base to actually give the enemy team a win, but ends up not mattering. Vayne, even though it was useless for the first 15 minutes, doesn't matter when you get your Guinsoo's Rage Blade. Then you turn on, you get, you know, able to auto someone twice for half their health of true damage. So, again, I wanted to say that the first game that Paragon 5 had won, I was happy about it. I was like, hell yeah, you know, even the FreeTyler1 victory, it's like, hell yeah, they're doing well, they're getting these wins, but man, that was bullshit. They shouldn't have won that one, man. Oh, dude, poor Eugens, too, after stealing that. Oh, man, that feels so bad.
Yeah, that was a fantastic steal from him, down a level, like we said, and just came over the back of the pit. I don't even know if he had clear vision of that. That might have been cleared out. We have to probably look back at that, but that was just a crazy game where FreeTyler1 was just holding on. They had the steal, a couple big key wins there, save the Nexus. I mean, that was crazy, but Paragon 5 in the end, they're 5-5, just too strong. Didn't matter that they didn't perhaps make the right macro play at the time. They just fought. Their 5-5 was just too good. And sometimes, if you have a better 5-5, better team fight, that matters more, because eventually you're gonna have to fight the enemy team. It's gonna have to happen at some point in some fashion or other. So if you can win those 5v5s consistently, that can be a big advantage here. And this time it was enough for Paragon 5 to take that one, and now they're up 2-1. In my prediction, I'm feeling pretty good about it because I didn't think they should have won that game.
Either way, they got their win, so that's all that matters, and we'll give ourselves a couple-minute break. So for those that are on the edge of their seats, as much as me and Koas are, if you want to stick around for Game 4, don't go anywhere, because maybe we'll see some silver scrapes. If Paragon 5 aren't able to finish off this series in the next game, it could be a hyphy Game 5, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Alrighty, and getting started sooner rather than later, already getting into Game 4 of this very exciting series. And I know I'm sounding like a broken record here in that, I'm asking the same questions on repeat, but man, Paragon 5 there, despite having mistake after mistake, was able to pick up that win there. What do you think, out of everything, was the main fault of FreeTyler1?
Their composition, I think, was okay. I don't think their neck and pick was the right thing, but their composition was fine. I don't think that's necessarily the terrible thing. But they lost topside, which again, Renekton needed to be ahead, and he wasn't. So I think focusing more jungle pressure up topside was one mistake, or at least one thing they could have done better. And then in the mid game, they just took bad fights, right? They could win a 5v5, but they never put themselves in a position where they could, because they just were not set up to team fight properly. They're, Josh and Brandon just never really came through for them with the damage they needed, because, they were ahead in items, or at least Josh was. Brandon was pretty even, actually a little bit behind the Corki, but Josh was in position to do it. He didn't quite find it. They didn't quite find the engage, and they did everything right besides the 5v5, and I think the jungle pressure up topside. Those are the two things I would say that were really held them back in that game. And despite the steals, despite the throws from Paragon 5, they just couldn't win.
I'm
So
happy.
we get a Jarvan first pick. Now, Rek'Sai has not been banned. Hecarim has been banned, and this is the first game I think that Rek'Sai has not been banned. Or at least he was for the first two. So this is a big pick to be up right now. I think that's one you should pick.
Absolutely, and again, something that's always going to be highly contested is that Vayne, and it's going to be on McTrump again. We saw, even though it didn't make a very good impact early on, someone mentioned in the chat that even though Josh had a full build compared to the 2 items in a QSS of the Vayne, that's all the Vayne needs. So being able to pick that up again, it's such a good safety net, knowing that if the game just goes long enough, you're going to have Vayne. So it's definitely nice for them to pick up that, We've seen Jarvan almost this entire series. So, there's no surprise there, and I'm surprised that we didn't see more priority on the Nautilus earlier on in the series, because I really think, they took it away from Method this time around, but I think it's just such an, I don't care if it's, being taken mid lane, top lane, jungle support, anywhere you take it, I think it's just so invaluable to have that much crowd control. It's so nice to have that point and click ultimate just to get a fight going, to be able to, help the peel of somebody, something like the Vayne if you need to protect it or anything like that. So I'm very happy to see that Paragon 5 did pick that one up. And we're actually seeing Josh on Tristana this game. So maybe not finding the success they wanted to on the Kai'Sa, even though he was picking up those kills. We saw the quadra kill in the end of that game there. And here's Evan Johnson yet again on this Kled, which is something I'd like to see him on. He was very dominant, being able to start a lot of those fights with that charge. So Paragon 5 is looking pretty good right now. Choya Rim does have that Gnar, and we got Yujins on the Jarvan again, but I don't know. I'm rooting for my boys on FreeTyler1. I'm hoping that they actually do pull through for this. But man, just the way it's looking right now, and especially with the momentum that Paragon 5 had, as long as they kept a strong mental, as long as that last game didn't Telta, if they have a clear head right now, I think they win this game, and I think they close out the series.
Well, the Nautilus, I certainly think, is a very good pick and should fare better. Gongsha had a fantastic game with Thresh. He played Thresh really well. I just think Thresh didn't fit the composition the way they wanted it to. But, they still won off it, right? And the 5v5 was still good. But, yeah, I think Nautilus is even harder doubling down on the engage here, because Kled charge, Nautilus throws down the R, Vayne comes in. They hard engage very well, whereas a Thresh didn't provide exactly that. He did a good job controlling the team fights. He did a good job with Thresh, but I think the Nautilus can be even better for Gongsha. So I like that pick here. Gnar, though, could make life difficult in the top lane, because Choi, when he's, the one win they had was because he was winning topside. Each win, you can look at each game and say, well, the top laner won that game because they were ahead that game. And a lot of it came down to early gank from their jungler here. And that's one of the reasons I wanted them to pick Rek'Sai early on, which they're actually going to go with a Gragas, it looks like, here for Paragon 5. But I wanted them to pick Rek'Sai because that's an early game jungler that can gank. Jarvan's good as well, early game jungler that can gank topside. Gragas can do it too, but I just want someone who can just go topside, because that has been the formula for success for either team so far.
Oh, man, I don't think Gragas on paper is a bad champion, but dude, no, I'm sorry, I'm gonna shit talk people in this league. No one can play Gragas. There is not a single person in the sugar-free league that can pull off Gragas. You actually have to have so many games on Gragas to actually be comfortable enough to actually make it a viable champion that I think that pick might lose him the game. I'm going to be completely... Even though I'm loving this comp that they had so far, they got the Vayne, they got the Nautilus, they got the Kled. I'm ooh, this looks so juicy for Paragon 5, and I'm just sitting here writhing my hands together. I'm ooh, this is going to be so good. And then they throw the curveball with the Gragas, and again, I just really, really dislike it. I'm glad they got an Irelia pickup at least. So I'm going to assume it's going to be that Irelia mid lane, Kled up in the top lane, and the Vayne Nautilus down bot lane. But I think Solarica has played pretty well for the most part of this series. I'm not going to give him an award or anything, but I haven't seen... you need to just apply so much pressure over and over and over on Gragas, especially early on in this. If you are going that more damage-heavy AP build of, Stork Shoes and the Runic Echoes and stuff like that, you need to be chain ganking. You need to be constantly getting your laners ahead. And you had mentioned that when we do see kills up in the top lane, it is with the assistance of a jungler. But... I don't like the pick, and I think it actually might be their fall from grace. If anything, if there's going to be any sort of failure on Paragon 5, it's the Gragas pick. But we look on the other side of the FreeTyler1. Malzahar being picked up. Like, don't even look at anything else. I love Alistar being picked. I think it's going to be one of the most solid champions you could ever pick in any sort of composition. You know, we've seen Gnar and Jarvan all series, but Malzahar, to be able to lock one person down, it's going to force a 1,300 gold buy for these people to get a QSS, because otherwise, you have one person being Malzahar ulted, and, you know, that suppression, if you have a Tristana wailing down on them with the Malzahar damage, and a Gnar to actually get stuff started with the... I can't even say a Gnar ability because the ultimate is actually called Gnar. So if he's actually able to get in there with that Mega Gnar and actually slam people against the wall, I think... I don't know, man. I was feeling good for Paragon 5, but something like I'm feeling it like just under my skin. Something's itching and telling me that FreeTyler1 actually might have this game.
Well, you talked about the Gragas and how it has to be executed well, right? And I think that's true. It's a tough champion to play. His ultimate alone is very difficult to use. But looking at the composition for Paragon 5 right now, you look at all their champions and you look at their damage carries. Okay, so Colette, Aurelia, Vayne, obviously Gragas is their AP source. Nautilus also does magic damage, so that's kind of their balancing out. But they're mostly AD, and all of their champions have mobility spells, right? They're all about dashing around, being very mobile. This team composition from Paragon 5 thrives on chaos. And if there's nothing else that Gragas ult does, even if you miss it, it's like, assuming you hit someone or just you miss, you don't knock them the right way, like it's just going to break everyone apart, right? And it's going to create chaos. Whereas on the other side, FreeTyler1, they want their team fight to be set up correctly. They want Jarvan to go in the Cataclysm. Gnar moves everyone against the wall after he hops in. Alistar comes in with a combo. Malzahar is hitting someone with the ultimate, and Tristana is just firing away. They want it like a very set up ultimate where they can, bring the Jarvan. Everyone uses their ultimates. They're set up right correctly. They want like a very small team fight where they are in the right area. On the other side, though, Aurelia and Kled want to run around. Vayne wants to run around. They want a chaotic team fight that's very spread out. So I think if this Gragas and Nautilus can do their job, they can set up the team fight in a way where everyone's spread out and people have to get out of the way of that Nautilus. People have to move around. And if FreeTyler1 aren't, fighting front to back and aren't getting their ultimates in the right place, then I think could be Paragon 5's fight. But they need to separate everyone. They cannot go into a 5v5 like they did last game and just charge at them. They need to do it in a way where they can construct the team fight and just sort of break everyone up so that it's more chaotic, I think.
I couldn't agree more, and I'm getting some inside intel from some of the people in the chat here that Solarica is actually a Gragas main, and that brings a lot more faith to the table when it comes to what I think about this Paragon 5 roster right now. If he actually has the experience, and like you said, it doesn't even have to be absolute perfection play, if they actually can just get, as you said exactly, I couldn't have worded it better myself, split these people up and let them pick them off one by one. Vayne, despite being strong and being able to, take on so many people, it's still single target. It's not like a misfortune where you're able to wipe an entire fight with one ability. No, you still need to go person after person after person. And Gragas, depending on how I think Gragas Irelia could actually be a nasty combo, because even if you don't get like a super nasty like Gragas ult to bring like the Tristana back into your team or something, even if you just get them split off and then you have the Irelia ult just slam right on top of them after, that's scary. That's hard to deal with. So if they can execute that well, that's going to be exciting. And again, I'm rooting for Paragon 5 to actually be able to utilize that well. But, man, it's still anybody's game right now. It just makes it that much more exciting.
Yeah, I think it is not set in stone. I think we looked at some of the earlier games in the series, and we're like, this draft clearly favors someone. I don't think this draft necessarily favors someone. I think certain situations favor them. I think it very much a setup 5v5, a clear engaged setup favor FreeTyler1, whereas a more chaotic game favors Paragon 5. And they also have the split push, I think, perhaps, simply because they have two lanes of pressure where you look at FreeTyler1, they've only got one. The Gnar can split push, and maybe he can even win against one of these guys. But the Malzahar, he's just going to sit there and clear waves, right? He cannot pressure the side lane here, so perhaps a 1-3-1 could be enacted as well. So there's a few options here. Eugen's also, interestingly enough, has switched up the rune choice, gone for Conqueror every game. I believe he's played Jarvan. This time he's gone for the Hail of Blades in the jungle on the Jarvan here, which is an interesting switch up.
What is that? What?
He may have been trying to get Electrocute, and then didn't and hit the wrong thing. That could be an error. It could be... I mean, it's not bad per se. It does give you more damage. It increases your attack speed. But usually it's Electrocute or Conqueror. Those are the two options. So interesting decision from Eugen's if that is actually intentional. But if it's not, that's kind of a shame. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm really interested about that. And don't get me wrong, I think Hail of Blades is a nasty rune, especially on some of the champions that can abuse it a bit easier, such as the Xin Zhao and whatnot, but I'm not liking it on the Jarvan, to be completely honest with you. Either way, though, I still think, again, having that the utility of the Jarvan, I think the reason why it's so popular across all these different regions and whatnot, it's so simple of a champion. You know, you have the flag and drag to be able to get that knock-up engage. You have the flag that actually provides a small amount of attack speed steroid. You get the W shield that also slows, and then you got, you know, the infamous Cataclysm that, you know, can... It's just such a solid kit. You know, it's not going to, like, 1v9 carry or anything like that, but it has so many great setup tools to actually get things started. And I think a lot of times in a lot of, whether it's SFL matches or you see it a lot in solo queue, when you don't have engage on a team, it makes things so hard. But Jarvan provides that engage. You know, even if it is a more AD heavy damage build of a Jarvan, it still gets things started. You know, once you see a Jarvan go in, you're like, I guess we're going in. We don't really have a choice. He's in there. He's in their ass. So it's nice to have that. But again, I don't know how to feel about the Malzahar pick, even though I'm happy for it, and I typically like seeing it. Brandon has been really hit or miss tonight, and it's actually kind of upsetting to see. He popped off in that Corki game, absolute 1v9, that Corki game. But just what we saw from the Vlad and whatnot, actually some early pressure coming out from that flag drag, as we mentioned, and that's going to be a first blood over to Josh there before I even have a chance to finish my sentence. So very well done there by the side of FreeTyler1, that level 2 jungle gank. It's never fun to deal with. I've always been on the unfortunate side of that one, so good pickup for Josh to be able to get that first blood. He's already, you know, you're able to pick up a good gold lead from that. You know, you take a look, you know, you've already got 500 gold up on your enemy laner, and something like Tristana, you know, you get that BF sword and you're able to start smacking down those turret platings. That's very easily a snowball. And no surprise up in the top lane, these guys have just been going at each other's throats all night.
Like I said, top lane could be a big impact point. And the junglers are also meeting on the top side here, fighting over the Scuttle Crab a little bit.
See the Halo Blades Jarvan, he procced off a couple autos, but it's going to be maybe a 2v2. We do see the smite used by Solarica to be able to secure that, or excuse me, I was going to say Dragon, the Scuttle Crab, I should say. Oven Johnson going aggressive, does manage to pull back on a Gnar. Eugen's getting the safety, and that's going to result in Gnar actually having to use his flash away to get the safety there. I don't think the Kled could have finished him off, but better safe than sorry.
It was actually dismounting at the time, too, so interesting flash away, but does keep him safe here. And now Lysis Rider with a good roam, actually. If Lysis Rider didn't walk up there, I think that situation may have not gone as well as it did, but that way they get the Scuttle Crab, they get a flash out of the top laner, so a good win for Paragon 5 up in the top side of the map after suffering first blood in the bot lane. I'm not sure what that was.
Now we're seeing, again, bloodbath all around the map. The 2v2 constantly going back and forth. We don't see Mephit on a hook champion, but we do see him playing a pretty good Alistar. We saw the good headbutt pulverize, or excuse me, not even headbutt pulverize, just the flash knockup. The flash Q from that Alistar with the Jarvan gank was actually so very good of a setup, and here's Nautilus actually landing that hook on Josh there, and he's having to limp away, and this Nautilus is so very tanky, and it's allowing McTrump just to fire away without anybody touching him there. We do see the press the attack being procced there, and good amount of damage coming out from this Vayne despite not having that first blood that Josh had gotten. Still applying a good amount of pressure, and here's Eugen though. Oh, good flag and drag into the flash there. Does manage to get the knockup. It's going to be a stun by the Irelia. Licenseless going back in, and Solarica taking down Eugen's there and maybe looking for more. Does have the red buff onto Brandon. Brandon Zoom, he's trying to get mana back from those minions. Does manage to get the W off, and Q gets some more damage, but it's not going to be enough. We do see that Gragas picking up that kill. Both junglers doing a good job to apply pressure this game. You know, Eugen's had an idea. He did get that flash. He did get that knockup, but maybe underestimated the early damage of that Irelia, especially with that Gragas there with her.
You doubted his Gragas play. Solarica's okay.
Oh,
That was
yeah, I doubted it. And I still might doubt it a little bit. But
that was a good flash away, though. You know, you got flash for flash. It's so cheap. It's right.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. So you take away that flash away from the soul lane, which is fantastic, especially when it's this Irelia Malzahar lane where more than likely the Irelia is going to be killing his Malzahar, even if there is a suppression involved. If he's able to get the Merc Treads early, you know, try to get as much tenacity under his belt as possible, and might result in a little bit of a cheeky kill if he's able to get that kill off before that flash cooldown comes back up. Shoya Rim, though, doing a good job to keep Oven Johnson under his turret, try to deny him of the CS the best he can, but still pretty even. Right now, again, we're not seeing any jungle pressure, or excuse me, dragon pressure, as I'd like to see early. Choi jumping away, and the dismount does result in Kled having to hop off his little pony there, so nothing's going to happen in the top lane besides a few slaps back and forth, as we've seen this entire series.
A little bit less bloody, honestly, than our a couple games earlier on in the series. Just the 1-to-1 in kills. So we'll see if they get a bit antsy here as another gank in the mid lane. But Leicester Rider has absorbed that pressure well and is up quite a bit of CS now alongside that assist.
Johnson hitting level 6 here. Both top laners are level 6. Does get the remount, but he's kind of questioning whether or not to take this fight. No, he's not. He's charging in there. He's going in, and he's going to be able to find him, but not quite get that knockback. And here's Solarica trying to save his boy. He's not going to need saving, though. Evan Johnson does manage to take out Choi Yuren there on this Kulinar. That's going to be him falling down for the count. The second kill for the side of Paragon 5 right now. And otherwise, it is just a pretty fair stalemate. We do see a little less than a 1k gold lead on the side of Paragon 5. Definitely something you want to keep an eye of as it starts to maybe snowball in this game. We can see if Evan Johnson, yet again on this Kled, if they can actually turn it into something more.
He's got an opportunity to take away a couple platings as well. Gragas here. I think that is the wisest move for them, to just try and get the plates off this turret. And Fertile Drake spawning in the bot side here, but no one making a move over that just yet. So a few control wards placed down by FreeTyler1, and they're going for the dive. I think. Maybe not. I don't know.
Maybe not. Just spooking him a little bit. See if he can get another flash. Yeah, that's what he was doing, but doesn't quite find the knockup. You know, he's not even level 6 anyway, so doesn't have the explosive cask. I don't think that even would have turned into anything, but...
It was like the thing where, you know, they like fake punching you or whatever, and they're like, "Do you flinch? Did you flinch, huh?" And Troy's just like, "No, what are you doing?" Like,
oh, it's the psychological warfare. I see. Yeah. I see.
Troy unfazed though. He doesn't care at all. But yeah, we'll be AP Gragas here, so another kind of squishy lineup. I mean, the Nautilus is going to be tanky, but Gragas not so much.
The Evan Johnson bait. But Choi sniffs it out, though, thinking, yeah, you're a little too low to just be standing there, buddy. I don't trust this. And here's the cowbell. Seeing if they can pick something off here. They don't have vision of it as he's banging away. Are they going to be able to get anything?
I got a disease, and the only cure is more cowbell.
I want to see if they get anything from this. They still don't know. And here's the flash forward from Method. They do get the knock up into the vein, the tumble away, but it's not going to be enough. They do get Josh. Another kill. That's going to be him 2-0 with this BF Sorcerer Stana, but that's going to result in Licenseless picking off Brandon there in the mid lane with the help of Solarica on this Gragas. So, for one, you know, for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. So they're in the mid lane. They do have a good response to what happens to that tragedy down there in the bot lane, and patience is a virtue, as FreeTyler1 had shown there. And up in the top side, that ult isn't quite going to land from Choi Yuren. I think he got scammed there a little bit. That was kind of BS, but Evan Johnson, just the sliver of life that he gets to walk away with, that's going to result in him having to not even teleport back, doesn't have it available, so that's going to be free turret platings for Choi. And a pause.
And a pause right after. I mean, that was a nice flash. I don't know if it was a little glitchy, but Evan Johnson got the flash off, survived. So a big win there. Still going to miss out on some minions, so Choi getting something back for his troubles of dying in the top side here. But a cull purchased up for him. Looking to go Black Cleaver again here, but this time he's going to be behind on those items. He's not going to have the same type of pressure after Evan Johnson goes back. He's got, 2,000 gold in inventory. He should be pretty strong here, so... Another game where Evan Johnson is ahead on the top side. I mean, that has been the predictor for who's going to win, right? Is whoever gets, ahead in the top side of the map early on, even when the bot lanes lose, which they have and are, they currently are, right? For Paragon 5, they are behind here. But despite that, that's usually the sign, right? And you've got a winning mid lane and jungle here for Paragon 5, and it's an Aurelia, so the game's pretty much over, right? She's got a team at Aurelia's unstoppable.
Oh, yep, that's full build for Aurelia. You don't really need anything else. And again, something that bothers me just so very much is the team's inability to, again, just say, we need to do this, we need to do this, we need to do this, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. And again, especially something as powerful as Rift Herald, when you have these turret platings, I don't think people realize how much gold you receive. All you gotta do, you take Rift Herald that's just sitting there, because most of the time neither team has vision on it anyway, so you can just go snag it, and then just go to a lane. That's all you gotta do. Before the 14-minute mark hits and before turret platings go down, you take Rift Herald, use it in a lane. Even if you don't get that tower, if you still only get like 2 or 3 turret platings, do you know how worth it that is? That's just absolutely insane, the amount of a gold swing that could be for a team. Especially when you have Choi Rim up in this top side, as well as Oven Johnson. Both of them have taken 2 turret platings, so more than likely, if they get a Rift Herald procced, that's going to be first blood tower, and that's even more gold, and that makes the difference when you see right now the gold is just dead even right now for both teams.
And it is a very close game right here. Paragon 5 just a slight edge, and that's basically nothing here. So these next few minutes still very, very important here. We'll see what each side can do, but an important objective still available in the bot side of the map here with this Infernal. The wards clearly favoring FreeTyler1 on that side. So, we'll see if there's a trade with the Rift Herald. That could be a case where FreeTyler1 takes that Infernal Dragon first, and then Solarica will respond with the Rift Herald. But I expect once that Rift Herald does spawn, a move, Solarica's already backing and moving to top side. We'll see if he's going to take that right at 10 minutes. But I think there's going to be a move to these neutral objectives in the next few minutes here, for sure.
Can only hope so.
Potential roam. He's trying to make some moves with charge here. TP also will for Oven Johnson and Choi, so expect them to move around the map, I think.
Yeah, they do have the Infernal Dragon up for the taking for either team, and again, one of the most contested dragons in the entire game. And there's really no priority placed on it. We do see the Scuttle Crab was taken, or was now despawned, but it was originally taken by FreeTyler1, so they had that vision on it for now, but now we see Vayne going towards the river. McTrump realizing that, again, this is such a highly contested objective, especially with Solarica up in this top side. They're trying to make a play on a Choi Rim, but the lane just isn't in a good spot. We do see he's trying to see if he can get a little lane gank going off here. We do see Licensed Rider not too far away himself, and Oven Johnson trying to see if he can go forward. Solarica body slamming forward to see if he can get in range for an explosive cast. Not quite going to find it. The jump does come out from Josh, and Not Assault is going to come out as well. Vayne comes out, but not going to find anything. And right now, that's going to still be both ultimates up for both the bot lanes of FreeTyler1, and knowing that their cooldowns on the side of Paragon 5 are down may result in something happening.
Big health lead, though, right now, so the all-in not going to be super easy unless they have the jungle available, but Eugen's may be looking for that. Scuttle Crab also spawning, and Solarica's way too far away to help that bot lane. Licensed Rider here. He's up not a ton of CS, about half a wave here, maybe a full wave when this does end up crashing, but he's got full control of this lane right now. Licensed Rider has been able to consistently shove him under tower, and now a fight in the river.
Just a little skirmish, and again, Choi doing a good job to realize that Solarica likes his top side, and to be able to respond to that FreeTyler1 are making the right choice. They're like, alright, this Gragas is camping the living hell out of her poor Nara up in the top side. Let's get this Infernal Dragon. McTrump and Gongchar here to respond, but they do get the dragon before anything's happening. There's the Malzahar ult I was talking about. McTrump getting absolutely slammed into the ground by that Cataclysm. Goodbye, sayonara, as that Vayne falls to the ground again. We saw this last game, McTrump on Vayne 0-2, but does it really matter? Here's Solarica and Gongcha, though, seeing if they can make something happen against Eugen's and Method. They do find the Q, but they're not going to go anything. They're not going to commit for anything. They don't have the vision that they want to have to actually commit to a full fight. But right now, Vayne's still walking a lane, and they may have been able to walk up to that bot lane turret, but instead they're just going to push that in and reset. And it's so good for FreeTyler1 to have picked up that Infernal.
Again, I think that was a sloppy play from Paragon 5. They should not have gone into that river there and try to contest the dragon. Solarica was not ready. Licensed Rider was not there. And McTrump and Gongsha walk in. They just face check. They try and get the hook down and try and engage, but it goes terribly here.
Oven Johnson teleports right to lane and see if he's picking off Choi Rim there. Doesn't have his flash available to try to chase him down all the way under his turret, but so much damage, and only has is that Tiamat there, so shows how powerful it is for Bruiser just to have that one item. Licenses with a Tiamat of his own, trying to go for the 1v1 against Brandon, but Solarica is here, and so is Eugen's. Irelia ult does come out, another flash knockup. He just loves showing that he's able to do that, and there's the flash of his own, and Solarica finishes off Brandon. That's going to be a Malzahar falling, but now he's got the Alistar to deal with, he's got Eugen's to deal with, and Eugen's finishes him off with that Hail of Blades proc, and that is going to be Solarica falling down and dead even in terms of kills right now. 4-4 here at nearly 14 minutes into the game, and turret platings are about to fall.
A good roam there. That I mean, if the Alistar wasn't there, I think License Rider and Solarica win. But a fantastic roam from the never mind.
Huge Jins managing to dodge that Irelia stun and Licenseless, thinking that he doesn't do damage, but that's not a Cinderhulk Jarvan this time around. It's a Warrior. And he's really showing how strong a Warrior can be, picking up that third kill of the game for himself. A very good Cataclysm to finish off that Irelia. And here's Troy trying to finish off Oven. He doesn't find the Q, but he finds the auto. And that's going to be this Gnar picking up his first kill of the game and getting a little bit of a slap back there on Oven Johnson. Maybe looking for a lot of turret damage here, as well as Josh down on the bot side does manage to get the E off. And this Tristana Q attack speed steroid is going to result in FreeTyler1 picking up that first Blood Tower.
Well, this is a very nice situation for FreeTyler1 here, as this top turret is getting low as well here, and now they're making a play bot side.
Teleport is here. Malzahar does teleport in, does get the suppression off, flashes away, but it's not going to be enough. Josh is on a killing stream. Mephit getting all the way into the back line, and so is Josh. He jumps right out to safety. Licenseless is here, but not going to result in anything. Choi, if he can kite it out, it's going to be a kill, but oh, Solarica outplaying him. Taking his time, just playing it patient, knows what he can take, gets that third kill of the game for himself. Choi does manage to fall there. And Solarica showing that he is a Gragas main, knows his damage. He's going to be able to finish that off. No boots on this Gnar right now. May have made the difference if he's able to, maybe get out of range of that Q there, but doesn't matter. Hindsight's 20/20. And with having one Infernal Dragon, FreeTyler1 are maybe looking for the second dragon that's coming up soon.
Again, I think this Rift Herald should have been traded. He didn't trade it for the Infernal. He doesn't trade it for this play bot side. I think Solarica is making a mistake by not taking this Rift Herald. Like, honestly, this Rift Herald should have been dead 5 minutes ago, and it's still not been taken. I think this is just... I think this is not the right macro play here from Paragon 5. Because you can take the Rift Herald, go right back to your camps, take the Krugs, and then back, and then you have Rift Herald and are ready to go. I just think that this is a bit of a mistake by Solarica, not taking the Rift Herald. Not once, but twice. He had 2 opportunities to do it, and both times he gives it up.
Especially when you look back at these games, and if you lose certain games, a lot of players will sit there and ask, what? Oh man, where did I go wrong? What should I have done better? Neutral objectives. Neutral objectives are so important, and sadly, it's typically up to the jungler to actually, not only do you need to track the paths of the enemy jungler, you need to know where he's at, where he's going to be, where you think he's going to be in this amount of time. Let your laners know and say, hey, listen, the enemy jungler is going to be on the bot side, top lane. Push your turret or push your minions in, get them under turret. We're going to go for Rift Herald. You need to be the one to actually, pedal to the metal. You need to get things going. That, no other role has Smite except for you. Yeah, you can't have the bot laner, if everybody's up on the top side, it can go for Dragon, but here's Evan Johnson almost starting a fight there, but Eugen's flagging Dragon away. And there might be a little bit of a 5v5 going on here, as the Infernal Dragon is going to be spawning any second now. Evan Johnson getting a little greedy. There's Mephit getting some more cowbell in his life there, and I'm so very scared because right now, this 5v5 team fight, it's about to happen. It's going to determine a lot. I think the pacing of this game is about to be decided. The Infernal Dragon has been started by Paragon 5. Mephit does get the Hex Flash over the wall, doesn't find a headbutt pole of any sort, but he doesn't get stunned up by the Aurelia. The charge does go far forward, but, Malzahar does pop that suppression. There is the Cataclysm, locking in the members of Paragon 5, and the rest of FreeTyler1 are wreaking havoc. Look how low all the members of Paragon 5 are. There's going to be the jump reset. There's going to be Tristana going in. Crit. That's going to be a remount by Kled, but is it going to be enough? Crit. That's all you're going to need. Malzahar picking up that double kill onto that Kled. There's going to be 3 members of FreeTyler1 available to take that Infernal Dragon. Rift Herald is up as well. It's still up for another 2 minutes, and every member of Paragon 5 fell with a 4K gold lead going into the hands of FreeTyler1.
Well, and they started that team fight. McTrump was down 2 levels. He was level 8 to Josh's level 10 at the start of the fight. He did not level up during the fight. At the start of the fight, their AD carry was down 2 levels and an item, well, half an item. And they decided to go for that fight. And that's exactly the fight that FreeTyler1 want. Paragon 5 want to be more spread out, be more, more open space. That time, they run themselves into a choke point. The Cataclysm comes down. All the CC follow-up comes down. And FreeTyler1 win that fight cleanly. That's not what Paragon 5 wanted at all. If they had, formatted that 5v5 differently or had their AD carry, anywhere near the enemy AD carry, I think that one would have gone a lot differently. But that time, that was just not the fight for Paragon 5, and they should have known it.
But that time they make a mistake, and they cost dearly for it. A second Infernal and several deaths.
Man, I want to give props where props are deserved. Method on Alistar. He is making things happen, and I absolutely love it. And again, what we saw in Champ Select, and what we said, you know, how good that this composition coming out from FreeTyler1 is with just how these players work. And again, even though Josh's score this entire series has looked absolutely fine, but you're like, hey, he's still not making the impact to win. Now, 5-0-4 on this Tristana compared to the 0-4 Vayne that McTrump is on right now. And then the bot side, Choi Urim and Evan Johnson going back and forth. But that's going to be a Mininar having to deal with this Mounted Kled. He's going to see if he can cut it out. Does have the Black Clear available. Gets the jump off. Shredding that armor, but here's Solarica. Lots of damage is going to come out from that Gragas, but he's going to be able to cut it out. He's going to be looking for more. Choi chasing down Solarica. Does manage to get the Q. Looking for more. Jarvan is there. It's not going to matter that you knocked the Gnar away, because here's the boy. He flashes in. Not going to find anything. Here's the flag and drag, and it's over for Solarica. And that is going to be devastating. 2 deaths for the side of Paragon 5, or excuse me. Yes, Paragon 5 there. Not looking good at all. And right now, as I was saying before, 5-0-4 on this Tristana. Not only do you have that, but I love, again, have you seen how good the Malzahar has played in every fight? As soon as it starts, he just ults somebody. And guess what happens? They die! Almost instantaneously. So you have this Malzahar, it's able to take one person out of the fight entirely, because you have the Gnar slamming on him, you have the Jarvan slamming on him as the Warrior and almost the Black Cleaver, and you have this super fed Tristana that has 50% crit already at 20 minutes into the game. Like, this is ending up so well for him, and man, if people wanted to hear Silver Scrapes, you might be getting them.
Well, they're trying to make something happen. Here comes the charge.
Charge is going to be able to pick off Alistar, and I was saying what a good Alistar he was, but it's all a numbers game, and McTrump finally picking up his first kill of the game, and right now has the Bork and Recur both finished, and we saw what happened last time. Right now, 21 minutes almost, and he's getting closer and closer to that Guinsos. Are they going to be able to turn it around? There's almost a 7k gold lead in the favor of FreeTyler1 right now. But with the comp that they have, if they're able to get things started with that charge like we saw, it still could be their game.
Certainly, once the Vayne gets onto the Rage Blade, it can be an insane power spike. And the Aurelia is still strong as well. We have to remember that. She has the Triforce and looks to be going for a Wit's End, it appears, for second item, so she'll be strong. But these last couple fights have looked really ugly for Paragon 5. The play in the bot side, I don't know if I really want to talk about it, because that was not how I want to remember that Gragas, and how I want to remember Evan Johnson on this Kled, because I know they're better than that. That was ugly. But yeah, that's not how you do it. But they're going for Baron here. No mountains, no oceans, just 2 Infernals to speed this thing up, but it's already halfway done.
Look at all the members of Paragon 5 right now. They're all so spread out. There's no vision on this. They have no idea that they're doing it besides a basic speculation. And that's going to be Baron taken with no contest. Right there by FreeTyler1. Such a good pickup. And right now, if they weren't looking like a deer in headlights before, they are now. And Paragon 5 definitely sweating. Even though they're going to have this Guinsos Vayne coming online shortly, it may not be in time. And right now, with the Baron buff, I'm not sure how they're going to be able to defend this.
They don't have the wave clear necessary to. They have a Vayne and an Aurelia. That's all you got, plus a Kled. And Kled doesn't wave clear well. So he's got to deal 2 levels down on Choi with a Baron buff. He's got Cleaver and a Frozen Mallet. They're trying to help him out and collapse onto this Gnar, but yeah, life is difficult right now for Paragon 5.
Absolutely, and with this Baron buff, though, you just have this annoying Gnar that you constantly have to deal with. He does have his teleport available, so it looks like they're going for a weird 2-2-1 right now, which it's maybe not the most common setup you'll see, but they're going for it anyway. Right now, there's really no one that can match this Gnar. We even saw 1v2. He was able to fearlessly just take on both the Kled and the Gragas, and right now, Brandon Eugene's up in the top side, maybe getting punished by this Gnar. Charge is coming in, and McTrump does pop the ultimate, but doesn't want to go too close to Brandon, knowing he has to worry about that suppression. No QSS on him yet. It looks like it's going to be Gongcha taking that suppression. That's going to be Josh being dominating in this game right now, and Brandon so very low to Solarica, and Josh had actually fallen to Gragas there, and this looks like it might be Paragon 5's fight. McTrump going in, and Solarica going to be taken out by Brandon on a killing spree right now, and Choi is in the bot side, level 14, this level 12 Gnar. It's taking him out, having so much health, having this advantage, having this pressure down in the bot side while the 3 members of FreeTyler1 are going for this top lane turret, maybe even the inhib, if they can afford to push that with this Baron buff. Licenseless Rider and McTrump are here. No ult on McTrump, no ult on Licenseless Rider. Eugen's trying to see if he can be the front line that is needed for the team. They're not going to get the inhib. You might just want to walk away, play it a little safe.
This is a rough spot to be in. One inhib already down, a second one exposed. A nice pick off of the AD carry, but now Josh has 3 items. The Zonius is now completed for Brandon. No QSSs on the horizon right now for anyone on Paragon 5. They can't. They just can't get them. They don't have the gold right now. They're still working on Rageblade for Rick Trump. Like, they just don't have the gold right now to buy QSS, and it's just a tough game right now for Paragon 5. Again, I feel like this is a tough one to come back from. I don't see how they do it, to be perfectly honest. Again, you always have that Vayne, but right now they're piling on a Mountain Dragon as well here. You've got a Tristana on 3 items, and her range is so hard to get onto her. I just don't know if there's a way back into this one for Paragon 5 right now. I think this game is kind of over at this point because they've broken the base and they haven't drafted a composition with any sort of wave clear to really help out.
That's a very good point to mention. We actually had not mentioned that before. You know, with that Irelia in the mid lane, you're sacrificing the wave clear of some sort of traditional mage. You know, you have that with the Malzahar, you know, not a problem. Even with the Gnar constantly splitting with the amount of attack speed he has, even working towards that Blade of the Ruin King now with that Bilgewater Cutlass, Frozen Mallet finish as well as that Black Cleaver. It's so hard to deal with, as not only are they having Baron buff, they are constantly just flooding, you know, these minion waves into your base, and you don't really have a way to answer them. And right now, they're looking for this naked inhib top lane. It looks like it's going to be uncontested, though, unless they start a fight right now. The charge is available. Silenced by that Malzahar Q is going to result in Josh being able to just auto away right at that inhib. That's going to be the second inhib of the game. They've only got 1 left. You can't quite Nautilus hook through a wall there, buddy. It's not quite how the champion works, but good thinking.
I think he thought the gate didn't count as terrain there, so I think he thought that he could hook through that, but the gate does count as terrain. Even if you are on the side where you can walk through it.
Yep.
So, nice try, yeah, but not going to work this time. And the third inhib already, well, the third inhibitor turret going to go down, and soon the inhibitor, I'd imagine.
Yeah, they're still wanting to play it carefully, waiting for their minion wave, and they know that they have the advantage of the supers.
All ults are available for both sides, I believe. Yep.
Choi's looking to start it with his ult. He gets in there, does manage to stun up that Irelia. The Irelia ult does come out, but Method managing to stun up with Licenseless and McTrump. Demacia, Eugen's almost taking out Trump, but he gets condemned against the tree. No triumph for McTrump is going to save him, but he does get the double kill. And there's Josh, it's so very low, and Method's the only one left alive. He doesn't give a fuck, dude. He's going in there. He is 1v3ing right now, but he gets taken out by Solarica. And that's some good defense coming out from Paragon 5 there, holding on for dear life, but the super minions are flooding into their base right now, and despite Gnar and Tristana living with just a sliver of health, I'd still say it's a pretty good victory for FreeTyler1, and look how low that inhib is, and that's the only objective they need left on this map to be able to get those double super minions in there.
Well, to be honest, they didn't need to take that fight, right? Like, there's no reason to engage there. Like, I understand the idea from Choi. He's like, all right, can make a big play. He finds one person on his ult play, but he doesn't need to do it. Like, you have a Tristana with a rapid fire cannon.
Yep.
Like, you don't need to fight there. You just sit there and auto every time rapid fire comes up. And with supers coming in 2 different lanes, there's nothing they can do. I think that's a mistake, honestly. And they kind of gave away like their free win and gave a way back into this game after that one fight. You know, McTrump, he's only got the 1 kill off that, right? But he does. But you know, he gets the 1 kill. He gets the goal for Rageblade. He's got a few other items onto his teammates as well. Now the Wit's End completed by Licensed Rider. Like, this isn't where you wanted to be. I think you could have gotten the third inhib for pretty much free if you just sat there and were more patient about it. So I think that's a mistake. Honestly, it doesn't punish them that hard yet. It's no Baron steal. But if that Baron steal does come in, you know, maybe something could happen here for Solarica, and maybe, you know, Paragon 5 can come back in this one. Eugen's has already done this series. We'll see if Solarica's up to the task.
They have 1 super minion flooding into the bot side, as well as a Mountain Dragon on the side of FreeTyler1, and they're going to utilize it. They're starting up that Baron again. Look how split Paragon 5 are. They cannot respond.
Yeah, that fight's playing bodyguard here. There's no way Solarica could even get into the base, so Baron's going to go over. No chance for a steal. Good play by Mephite.
And I think when it came to that last team fight up in the mid lane that Choi Urimet started, he's getting into the middle of 5 people thinking that, oh, you know, I'm Meganar, I can get in the middle of 5 people and be super tanky. You don't have the build of a super tank. Yeah, you got a lot of health. Like, yeah, you look like you're tanky. That's great.
Your health bar looks tanky.
Yeah, but you just have a black cleaver and a frozen mallet. You have 0 resistances outside of your ninja tabi. So even though he's going in there, and yes, he's getting some good fights started, you gotta admit. But once you get, like, if you're in the middle of 5 people, despite how big your health bar is, you're going against champions that punish you for the more health that you have with that percentage max health damage, especially coming out from that Vayne with the Boric and the Rage Blade. So probably not the best to be able to dive into people like that, and especially having your teleport up. If you have the split push build, just split push. But either way, they're going to see if they can siege up this mid inhib. Oh man, Meffet finds the hook on a Josh, and that actually might be the game. They do get Josh. Evan Johnson finds him. They don't find the Irelia ult, but oh my goodness, Guardian Angel was popped by Jarvan there, almost gets him out of the sliver of time, and there's Greenso's Rage Blade, Vayne. McTrump picking up another kill and shutdown. Found on Irelia as well. That's going to be 3 members of FreeTyler1 falling down. Super Minion on the top side is flooding in, but Evan Johnson is going to respond to it. Cloud Dragon is up, they're going to be walking mid lane, and even though this was FreeTyler1's game, Greenso's Rage Blade, baby. Once it's there, it's there.
I don't know really what I'm watching right now. This is an insane comeback. If Paragon 5 does this, this is one of the craziest comebacks I think I've ever seen. Like you've lost your base and you have a Vayne and an Irelia to wave clear with. Like I don't understand how this is possible. Like if they just don't fight here, like this is the one game I think for FreeTyler1. But because they go in on that fight in the mid lane, they lose it. They then go in on a fight again. Well, this one was more engaged by a good hook from Gongsha. That was a fantastic finding Josh.
That was so good.
In every fight, Josh has been found by Gongsha. I think one time Evan Johnson got him into the back line, but Gongsha has been fantastic about always ulting Josh, always knowing where he is. I mean, they've just locked him down, and Josh has not had the fight he needs to. You know, granted, McTrump hasn't had a big fight this game either, but Josh, he should be popping. Like, he had 3 crit items at like 20 minutes, and he has done nothing with it. And it's not even entirely his fault. Like, they've just done such a good job of denying him this game. That is, like, their 5-5 has been phenomenal this series for Paragon 5. The macro has been atrocious, but the 5-5 has been really good, and that's what's saving them this game.
Ooh, man, I'm going to have to throw some friend requests towards Gongja and Meffet, man. Dude, both of these supports are so good and making such an impact for both sides here. And here comes Kled trying to make an impact. Charges in, notices 3 members of FreeTyler1. They're caught out. The stopwatch does get popped by Brandon. McTrump having to deal with Meffet, and good Cataclysm does get popped. But oh my god, McTrump trying to make a play, almost makes it, but Josh gets out in time, and Licenseless does take down Eugene. He's getting so low, and Meffet does get that, the knockup, and that is going to be Paragon 5 with a double kill on Solarica yet again. And oh man, FreeTyler1, dude, their palms are sweating, man. They're getting so nervous they can't finish out this game. Poor Josh is on suicide watch, being the only one left alive yet again.
And they just popped the guard. Well, they didn't just pop it. They popped it last fight of Eugen, so he wasn't very tanky that time. He's gone for this warrior build, and it was great for the first 20 minutes. Now, 10 minutes later, it is not good. He is not tanky enough. They have no front line because the Narwhal split push as well. You know, the only tank is Alistar, and he's a support. Like, he's tanky. He's got his ultimate, but you can't expect him to absorb all the damage, especially when we got a Vayne and Irelia here. Like, this is a really bad situation now for FreeTyler1. Don't get me wrong. They're still in the lead, but it is a like they're hanging by a thread in the lead. It's 1,000 gold now at 32 minutes. They are not looking comfortable at all. The Vayne's on 3 items. This has turned out to be a very, very bad situation for them in these last couple of minutes. They've lost 3 fights in a row, and just because Baron, like the only reason they haven't been punished super hard is because Baron isn't up. Like this game should have been theirs, and they are just throwing it back to Paragon 5 right now. I'm worried. I think I want to be right and say that I want to be right and Paragon 5 wins, but like this is.
Don't look at Twitch chat if you want to know the answer. Meanwhile, another fight is getting started here. Paragon 5 are looking to charge in. Meffet's the only one there. trying to take up as much damage. That Alistar is denying a lot of that damage, but it doesn't matter. Irelia does come out. Slow from Gragas. Suppression from the Malzahar. Is it going to be able to take out Irelia? Not quite. McTrump does have to deal with the Cataclysm, but does a good condemn against the wall. Eugens does fall, and Choi is able to take out 1 kill. They have Brandon popping the stopwatch yet again. Silence does come down, but it's not going to be enough. Double stun does come out from Gnar. Slamming against the wall, and that's so much damage coming out. Brandon, is he gonna, or excuse me, Josh almost finds him. That's gonna be a triple kill for McTrump on this Vayne. And even though, oh my god, this was FreeTyler1's game to win, you know what? They deserve to lose it. Paragon 5, keeping the good mental, keeping their players in the game. It doesn't matter how far behind they got. They stayed in the game. They farmed it out. They almost lost 3 inhibs. They almost lost this game. They were hanging on by their fingernails. And look at them. They're taking the Nexus turrets. They're taking the Nexus. There's no one respawning in time. Mephit's going to be the only one to look at his Nexus as it falls. And that is going to be the last game of the series. Going over to Paragon 5. And man, a best of 5 series that I did not expect in the least.
That was... I thought that this game was over. I thought we were going to game 5. And quite honestly, I think it should have been over. But FreeTyler1 made one crucial mistake, and that was trying to force a team fight in the mid lane there on that inhibitor, on that last inhibitor there in the mid lane. If they hadn't done that, I think this game is theirs. You know, I'm not saying either team played this game perfect right up until that point. That's not what I'm saying. But yeah, I mean, I did not expect that at all. Honestly, that was a crazy game. And you're talking about being tilted from the last game. Like Paragon 5, their mental was fantastic. Like they really came back for just out of nowhere. Like I'm speechless because they came back out of just. Like, the Vayne got 2 items, and they're like, all right, we can win a team fight. And their team fight execution was fantastic. Gongsha found the hooks onto Josh. Ub and Johnson, Lysis Rider were constantly getting the back line. And like I said, this team thrived on a chaotic style. In those last 3 team fights were just chaos because they were just... Everyone was spread out. That's exactly what they needed to win. They found them eventually, and they won. And it was... I mean, that was a crazy game. And we're not even at the finals yet. This is just a semifinal game, and I'm already, like, just blown away by that game there.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty pissed off because I have Twitch chat open for some reason. So I always look, you know, anytime I see something going on, I'm always looking over at chat. And before the last fight even starts, I just see McTrump type in chat, better ADC wins. And like dude, that's like worse than endgame spoilers, man. I was so hyped for this game. This game is so close, and then I have to see this little shit typing in Twitch chat, being like, by the way, we won. It's like, man, I'm still watching the game. Now I already know who won. You just blue-balled me so hard, but either way, man, dude, the players of Paragon 5, oh my god, I can't believe they won. And we're gonna take a quick moment. We're gonna be welcomed by Super Sugoi in a moment for the side of for Paragon 5 to get a few words from him. But man, I don't think anyone really expected this game. I'm gonna be completely honest. Like, oh my god, I'm shell shocked. I really am. Oh, I see. I was trying to drag him in here, and I was like, man, I can't find Super Sugoi, and then his name's Mr. Sona. So that's why I couldn't find him. So we're gonna drag him in here if I'm able to. And there we go. Hello, Mr. Sona. How are you doing after that victory?
So that's pretty good. I was about to ask you if you could drag McTrump down here.
Dude, I got you, dude. Let's get McTrump in here. McTrump, how you doing, man?
Dude, I am hype. Oh my god, I'm insane. Oh my god, dude, how am I doing? Dude, I'm tilted actually. I have to play Vayne.
All right, listen, McTrump. I'm gonna ask you one question. Out of all the games of this series, I want to know, after you went completely 8 mode and tumbled into the base of FreeTyler1, trying to 1v1 Josh, did you get BM'd by your team after that one?
Did I get BM'd by my team? No. I flamed my team.
You flamed your team for that one?
I was like, guys, I'm going sicko mode, and then they didn't follow up. I don't know. You know, always blame your team.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, hey, it ended up it got you a win. So, man, I can't question you, dude. Yeah,
Vayne sucks. I hate this champ. in lane, I'm just like, oh yeah, here's another gang. Oh yeah, another one. Oh, my lane gang? Wow. And then I'm like, you know what, guys? Once I get Rage Blade, I'm fucking ulting, okay? I'm going in. And then we did that. We won every single fight from there on.
I've got good news though. You have successfully given me my new high score on vein spotting, and I'm eternally grateful.
Let's go, dude.
Because if you throw the game, it's a multiplier of 100. So it's a pretty incredible bonus there you gave me.
Oh, you're welcome, man. Anytime.
This vein
Feels-
spotting.
You don't know what vein spotting is? Only the greatest sport to ever hit solo queue in the history of mankind.
Who wants in here? Yo, put Josh in here.
Can you explain it?
It's just a Reddit post where someone
Has to be Josh, dude.
sarcastically saying that veins there's like if a vein does something dumb, you get like points for it, and then there's a whole post. I'm not explaining this well. Look it up and don't be an idiot. There you go.
Listen, McTrump, I want to ask you, man. You know, as one of the players that was actually playing, because you know we got Mr. Sona watching on the outside, but I want to know, as one of the players that was in that game, in that series, what do you guys contribute that win? You don't say yourself, you little shit. I want to know, like, honestly, God, like, what? I want to know, what was the mental like? Because a lot of those games that,
Oh my
I mean,
god, dude, mine? Okay, you wanna know mine? Bro.
start with yours and let me know, because I mean,
Alright.
I want to know what happened, especially when Yujin stole that Baron. Like, that had to be a mental boom moment. No?
I'll just start the whole. Oh wait, are you talking about that game? Oh,
And any of the whole series in general.
that Baron steal? And I was just like, wow, that sucks. We have to wait an extra 3 minutes to win. That's all I thought. And then I don't know, the fucking Vayne game, dude. In lane, like, we died to level 2 gank against D4, and I was just like, wait a minute, playing like bronze 5, what are we doing? And then we just repeatedly kept dying. My mental was pretty shit. It was just Dave. Dave was carrying me in the bot lane every game. I mean, also, our whole entire team, topside was winning, so topside was just hype as fuck. But it was definitely, like, late game, it was just definitely, I'm pretty sure, Solarica. It was just keeping the team hype and alive. Also, Nick. Props to Nick. His shotgunning's pretty insane.
Nick is who?
Nick is licenseless.
Okay.
Sure.
Awesome.
His shotgunning was insane. And then, I don't know, once you get to that point, it's Vayne. That's when you get online. But I hate playing that shit. I just wanted to play fucking Draven so I can beat him on his own champ, right? So I did against the Rats, but my team said...
Why didn't you play Draven into Tarek Sona? That would have been good.
Bro, you know what, dude? Because just I didn't want to pick AD carry, and we just did anyway. That was just fucking troll. We knew they were picking Sona Tarek 100% because we left it open.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, why don't you just pick Draven then? That's you are just not being a man.
Dude, nothing, man. My team picked it for me. I couldn't do anything.
To be fair, I told them to pick the counter to the lane. That
What did you
They
tell
know,
them to
yeah.
pick?
well, I'm not gonna say it on stream, guys. Like, we still have to play finals.
Very
Okay.
valuable information.
Fine.
Can't let
Fine.
this go.
Can't let that, just out there. in the
You
public.
told him to pick something different though.
Yeah, I mean, I did advocate for the Jinx. Not gonna lie.
The Jinx into Jarvan seems like a bad pick. Not gonna lie.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe a
It was just like a
dash
hated
would have been
decision. Hey, you know what? Let's not talk about that game, okay? That game was, I didn't do that bad, okay?
It
But,
was a 3-0,
I don't know,
and that's what
sucked.
matters.
Yeah, you won. We
Yeah,
can forget
yeah.
about all the mistakes, right? Until
Yeah,
tomorrow.
yeah, mhm.
When, Super
So
yields
final,
you.
so everybody pulls them out. I
Exactly.
go to
Absolutely.
sleep. I'm getting yelled at for staying up till 1 a.m. to play this shit game.
Well, before you sign off, McTrump, any other words, and then we'll go to Supa Sugoi for some last words from him as well.
Any last words? I can't wait to see Josh playing with Dave. Or my support. It's gonna be hilarious. All I know is I'm gonna look like dog shit then, but then everybody's gonna know, dude. Everybody's gonna know it's my support. Because I don't know about Leak. I played with Leak one game. I'll say we just lost LP that game. That was,
Oh, hey man,
it was not good, dude.
dude, wait. See, the thing is, you probably didn't play with Leak's fiddlesticks. That's the problem. It's all
Oh, yeah, I
about
played
Leak's
with his
fiddlesticks.
Rakan. His Rakan was dog shit.
Yeah, see, you
Oh,
got request the fiddlesticks. You'll never lose a game in your life. One of the best
LeBlanc-
fiddlesticks
yeah.
players in the West.
Get the LeBlanc support, and then you'll be really happy.
Okay, but what if they ban it? Then what?
Oh, you're done.
You dodge, man.
Oh, we died. Okay.
All right. Well,
Alright.
thank you so
I'm
much,
gonna-
McTrump. All right.
Sorry for
let's-
spoiling. I'm toxic. Wait. Okay, this guy.
You were talking a lot of smack. I'm
Hey,
not gonna
dude,
leak it.
I
Bro.
love the
Trump
shit
had
talk.
some choice
Bro.
words.
I
Dude,
love
I can't wait to
talk.
3-0 in finals.
Ooh!
We actually look good. Like
Boy.
semifinals was definitely the match of the whole entire split. finals, I don't care who it is. Both teams fucking suck, dude. Like, especially in scrims. In scrims, it's just I'm not in the league scrims. Scrims are looking good. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh man,
All
dude.
I'm gonna end it like that.
McTrump's like the SFL Yillian Pang over here. All right, Double Lift, calling everybody
dude.
else trash. Jeez, man.
Yeah.
Whew.
I miss Adrian though.
P5
Kinda
style.
sucks not seeing him.
That's fair. That's fair.
If Adrian's watching, dude, I love you, Adrian. Except when I'm versing you, dude. You know, I'm trying my hardest. Gotta make him look bad. I think Adrian should have won MVP. He's the Chad. Rip Adrian.
He is quite the chat. Well, thank you so
Sorry
much.
for spoiling, by the way. I was watching a Twitch ad. I had no idea.
I would say it's okay, but I hate you because you're a bastard.
Hey,
you
man.
actually
Hey.
ruined it for me. I had all this build up, and then it just gone, man.
Dude, okay.
Don't do it
bad.
again, you little shit.
I'll do
All
it.
right.
I mean, I'm doing it right now in finals. We're gonna 3-0. I'm not playing Vayne at all because this shit sucks. Maybe I'll play Draven every game. Maybe. Quote me on this. Somebody clip this. I'm gonna play Draven every game.
You're gonna come under my wing as a Sona player.
Oh no. Oh, yeah. Super's gonna go on my account. That's what he's trying to say.
Ah, okay, I see.
I'm not playing Savage. I'm not gonna go that low.
And then like the Sona's just gonna come online at that point. It's gonna be majestic.
Will you pay Pantheon Talia? Is that open? Are you open to that? If you play the
No.
Pantheon, maybe.
We don't need to. It's not like if we're versus somebody good, maybe.
Okay.
Not in this league.
Wow.
I'm
Oh
not,
wow.
I'm not pulling it out.
Man, okay.
All right,
I'm
Big
just
Trump.
gonna-
We better kick you off before you say
Yeah,
something.
I'm kicking you out of here, Big Trump. Goodbye. You're
Have a good day,
relegated.
guys.
You too. Goodbye. Couldn't even drag him out for a second. Damn kid has immunity. All right. Well, Sufa Sugoi from the outside perspective of Paragon 5. I wanted to try to get someone for FreeTyler1 in here, but I think all their mentals are boom. So, do you have anything else before signing off?
I just want to say that I'm really proud of everybody. I know the past week definitely has been a little difficult on us. I know that not everybody is comfortable. They played the games that they needed to play today. They did what they needed to do today in those games. I would have liked them to maybe not have waited till 40 minutes to do it. A little stressful. But I'm really glad they did manage to pull out the win. They stayed in the game. And to me, that's the important part. That's, right there. But to me, just like staying in the game until it's over, no matter what. As long as you do that, to me, you're a good player.
That's mental resilience.
I'm just really glad. I'm very proud of them. I know Toxican, who currently is busy. That's why I'm kind of like the interim coach at the moment of Paragon 5. I know Toxican's really proud of these guys. I know everybody on the P5 roster is really proud of these guys. I guess now we have to go prepare to play against... I'm going to go ahead and say lane 0, because if we play Wasted Potential, it's just not even going to make it to game 3. They're just going to forfeit after game 1. So,
Jesus Christ.
dude, they literally had to win a... They had to win a series by somebody's power going out.
All right. You're getting kicked. Goodbye, Supa. Goodbye, Mr. Soda. All right. Well, it was a beautiful series to have watched. That was way more exciting than I ever could have anticipated. And Kois, before we sign off for the night, do you have anything else to say for our lovely sugar-free league viewers?
It's been a pleasure casting with you and getting to experience this playoffs of the Sugar Free League. It's been great. Really enjoyed it. Excited. I think we have a series Sunday at 4:30, if I'm not mistaken. So excited for that as well. It's been great. I think probably going to do a VOD review at some point in the next few days, and just stare incredulously as FreeTyler1 throws game 4. But yeah, that'll be. I think I'll do that at some point. But yeah, thanks for watching and sticking around while we goof around and have a good time.
Couldn't have worded it better myself. So again, as Kois had mentioned, we do have the series on Sunday, so it's going to be another exciting one to watch of Lane 0 versus Wasted Potential for those that are interested. And again, Kois, it is always a pleasure being able to cast with you. I love hearing your absolutely gorgeous voice, and otherwise, that's just about it from us here at the Sugar Free League. So for those that have watched, thank you so much for for doing so. And again, this was the best of 5 series of the playoffs of FreeTyler1 versus Paragon 5. Paragon 5 taking the victory 3-1 versus FreeTyler1. So thank you so much for sticking around, and we hope you have a great rest of your night.